they ended up doing the whole, like, what you in for? People are going like, oh, I got caught with a knife. One guy even says, I attacked police with a bat. And then it gets to me. And I'm like, I made a meme of my dog doing a Nazi salute. And the thing that was funny was half the prisoners like all sort of sat up and went, that was you. And I was like, yeah. And they were all laughing. But then my friend like leaned into me and whispered and went, it's all funny here, right? But see, if you do get put in, don't tell people that because you will get battered.
On today's show is Mark Meechan, known online as Count Dankula. In 2016, he made a YouTube video showing how he taught his girlfriend's beloved pug, Buddha, to do a Nazi salute, a Sieg Heil, on his command. His command was, gas the Jews. The video quickly went viral, and Mark was arrested and charged with committing a hate crime. He spent time in jail and was fined, a fine he refused to pay. As he'll explain in more detail, Mark was fired from his job and pretty much unemployable by anyone who had Google, which is obviously everyone. However, things have recently picked up for him. Every time he is mentioned in the paper, his YouTube channel grows, and he now has over 100 million views. He also has 250,000 followers on Twitter who enjoy his brand of shock humour, much in line with the initial Hitler dog routine. They're a strange bunch, his followers. When he shared a photo promoting this podcast, many of them followed me and asked if I could send them photos of Mark's penis, or, failing that, my own. I politely declined. I hope some of his followers are here listening today and will stick around. They're part of a strange online world in the dark corners of the web, full of jokes and memes I don't quite understand. But it's not just in the obscure recesses of computer world where Mark has made his mark. He's often talked about by famous mainstream advocates of free speech, including Ricky Gervais, who brought him up once again just last week. I remember when I heard about the dog joke at the time, I imagined a horrible neo-Nazi, so had little sympathy for him, even if it seemed a little strange he was being arrested for a joke. Meechan was later in the UK Independence Party, or UKIP, and had some association with British far-right activist Tommy Robinson and American far-right radio presenter Alex Jones, all of which further convinced me his apple was of the bad variety. He refutes this image and says most of his friends are on the left. He was nice enough to give me his time to do this podcast, so the least I could do was give him a fair hearing with an open mind. We have a bit of a chat about free speech, humour, offence, and where these things collide. Should any joke be illegal? Mark certainly doesn't think so, and I'm inclined to agree. It seems pretty crazy how the whole thing blew up, and a waste of everyone's time and money. That doesn't mean I give Mark a free pass. Just as I believe strongly in his right to make those jokes, I value my right to criticise them and say they're in bad taste. For example, a recent video he posted mocking the Beirut explosion might be particularly hurtful for people who've just lost loved ones. It may not be illegal, but I consider that worthy of criticism at the least. And he's perfectly entitled to tell me he doesn't care. We do get distracted while talking about the Nazi pug incident and end up waffling about free speech for a while, before coming back to his arrest and jail time at the end, which is fine because you always listen to the end anyway, don't you? Next week is a chat with controversial American scholar James Lindsay, who has pretty much blown up Twitter by claiming that 2 + 2 = 4. In an Orwellian turn, thousands of left-wing academics have been suggesting the equation actually equals 5. But for now, we're in Scotland with Count Dankula discussing whether jokes and fried Mars bars are offensive. We were in Edinburgh and everyone was very offended when I asked people if I could have a fried Mars bar.
Edinburgh's technically not Scottish. They're probably the most hated place in Scotland, even though they're the capital city. Everybody sort of sees them as poncy, posh people that don't really meld with the rest of the country.
Yeah, that's why there was no fried Mars. I did manage to find it eventually. It was basically a heart attack on a dish. It was ridiculous, but it's the best thing I've ever had in my life.
It's the reason our life expectancy is 45. So, yeah.
Yeah. You're doing all right then. I mean, because you must be, in your 30? Are you about my age? I'm 31.
I'm 32.
Yeah, you're getting on, mate. You're getting on a bit.
Yeah. I'm actually 14. This is just what Scotland does to you.
Have you ever met Ricky Gervais?
He's tweeted about me, but I've never actually met the guy.
Doesn't shut up about you, does he?
This man's passionate about freedom of speech, so You know, it's a good thing. I'm happy that he's always talking about it.
You're like a massive personality now, because you got a huge Twitter following, massive YouTube following. What was it I saw you announced yesterday? Was it 100 million views?
Yeah, it was just yesterday. I broke 100 million views, and I'm over 750,000 subscribers. So, you know, nearly at the 1 million.
It's insane. So a lot of people know who you are now, but for my dad, could you tell me a bit about your sort of story? What happened? Was it 2018 with your dog?
2016.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Well, it was basically a case of me and my girlfriend were living together. She had this little cute pet pug called Buddha, who got his name because when he was a puppy, he was really fat.
Yeah.
And she was always going on about how cute and adorable he was. She would even like pick him up and like shove him in my face, going, "Look how cute he is. Look at that little face." And I'm just kind of like, fuck off. I'm trying to watch TV. But ended up one day, like I was giving him a treat, and he would lift his little paw up to give you a paw so that he could get his treat. And a part of me went, that kind of looks like a little salute. And then I had a bit of a light bulb moment. And then I decided to begin some alternative training. And instead of him giving a paw for a treat, I taught him to lift his paw whenever I say "Zeke Heil." And I also taught him to react very happily whenever I say the phrase "gas the Jews."
Fucking hell.
And the hope it only took about like 5 days to do it, but the problem was he didn't do it every single time. Like, it was still early stages in the training. So what I was doing was I was filming some clips of him doing it, and I was compiling it all together in a YouTube video. And me and my girlfriend have nights where we would sit and watch YouTube videos and everything. What I was going to do was put it on my YouTube channel. And then one night when we were watching YouTube videos, I was going to go, "Oh, I know a great video." and then just stick it on and totally blindside or totally catch her off guard. The problem was we never had a YouTube night, but I uploaded it on my channel for my friends to see. Like, my channel only had 8 subscribers, and those were people that I all knew. They were all my friends. And no date night happened, so never got to show the video. But then I went to Iceland for a gaming convention, and it was while I was actually on the plane going to Iceland. Someone to this day, still don't know who, somehow found the video and posted it on Reddit, and it ended up on the front page of Reddit.
So at the time, you say you only had 8 subscribers?
8, and they were all people that I knew. They were all my friends.
And so it must have taken off on Reddit. Were people originally pissed off? Because Reddit's quite you don't know what you can get with that. It could go either way, right?
Yeah, it was like, I would probably say about 90% of the people saw it for what it was, a joke, and found it funny, and then you had the other 10% who were being little crybabies about it.
So when I first heard that, I remember hearing that news story, the assumption is, and we shouldn't make assumptions, I think, and that's what I guess we have to learn to do as we get older, as part of being a more mature person, is to not make an assumption about someone. But you do imagine somebody who really wants to gas the Jews. Was that your intention at all?
No, not even a little bit, no. Basically, the point of the joke was that this little, cute, adorable, innocent animal was reacting happily and doing things that were absolutely horrifically vulgar while having no idea that that's what it was doing. That was part of the joke. I've had a lot of people making the arguments that I was trying to convey some anti-Semitic message, like a dog whistling, pardon the pun, out to my followers. And this is the thing is, I know how to make content, I know how to write content. If that's what I wanted to do, I can assure you I could have made something better than that. Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be dog whistling, would it? Aside from the dog pun you mentioned, but it would. Yeah. I mean, there's no secret message in Gas the Jews. I mean, so what were you doing at the time for work and stuff?
I was working in a call center, and I was also doing private security.
Okay.
As well. And what happened was, when I was in Iceland, because I was in a foreign country, I wasn't connected to the telephone network or anything like that. And I ended up going out, met up with my friends while I was there, went out, got drunk in Reykjavik. Had no idea that back home the newspapers were blowing up, the internet was blowing up. And the next morning when I woke up in my hotel room, I went to check my phone and went, oh yeah, I'm still not connected. But then the hotel had Wi-Fi. So I connected to the hotel Wi-Fi, and as soon as I did, my phone just blew up. It was just rapid fire notifications, and I was just like, what the hell is going on? And then I had a bunch of voicemails from my wife who called me, while the notifications were flying on my screen, and she basically said, why are there reporters at the door?
Was a tiny bit of you excited?
Not really. A part of me kind of went like, oh fuck, because I'd never experienced anything like this before.
Yeah.
So it was more confusion. I didn't really know how to deal with the situation.
Yeah.
So I was just kind of like, what's going on, like type of thing, sort of, what do I do?
Yeah, because I feel like there's a tiny part of me that almost wants to say something shocking and controversial on this podcast so that it takes off to such an extent and my phone starts beeping all night, but then I don't want what happened next to you to happen. So yeah, continue, please.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was basically a case of, the reporters came at the door and they sort of explained, the video's gone viral and they wanted to speak to me, and they could tell that I was a nice guy and they just wanted to get my side of the story. And this was my first time ever dealing with the press. I didn't know how they worked to see all the usual tricks that they use. Like, this was my first time dealing with them. So I was an idiot and I believed them. And, even my wife even let them into the house and made them cups of tea and like all this type of stuff. And then the next day, it was just a complete hatchet job. They were calling me a Nazi, calling me an anti-Semite, saying I was far right, and just all the usual, lies that continue to this day.
That's something that I've always struggled with as a journalist, I think, because sometimes you do speak to really bad people, and I'm not saying you're one of them, but sometimes you speak to bad people, and that is the thing as a journalist. You can't tell them, I think you're a bad person. Can I interview you? So you do have to sort of you have to compromise your integrity a little bit, and I think sometimes the journalists are the bad people themselves. If I can be so blunt about my own profession.
I learned my lesson at that point, and I had a lot of big people on YouTube and everybody all contacting me, and they said, rule number one, when you're involved in any kind of controversy, do not speak to reporters. Do not speak to them like that. Like, yeah, they'll come in and pretend that they're on your side, and we want to tell your side of the story. Like, this person just wants their paycheck. They don't care what happens to you. Like, this person could write an article that could absolutely annihilate your life. They don't care. They just want to get their paycheck. They want their brownie points with their boss. So by that point, I'd learned, and I was just telling them to get lost. And then I think that happened for a couple of days after I came back from Iceland. But what happened was word got around the estate about what the reporters were doing, and the local youths saw to it that reporters couldn't come into the estate anymore. But then what happened was, I think it was for about 3-4 days, there was no reporters in the estate. And then the police came and knocked at the door. But at the time the police came and knocked at the door, the reporters were there. Because I can't say how I know this, but the police illegally tipped off the reporters that they were coming to arrest me.
Why can't you say how you know that?
Because I just can't.
You got an insider?
No, nothing like that.
Why would that means it is that? Why did the police? Why would they do that to sort of have more against you? I suppose.
Perp walk. That's what it was. What
does that mean?
It was to get photos of me coming out of the house with the handcuffs on, because the police. The police, whenever the police do that to a criminal, they believe it's good PR, but in this case, it was not good PR. Everybody was railing against the police for it. People still to this day, like, whenever the police get mentioned in Scotland, how the whole, whenever someone gets arrested, why don't you guys fight real crime?
Yeah.
Type of thing. Like, people will make jokes going, oh, why are you here? Did I post a joke on the internet?
Sure.
Man? Like, yeah. So it was not good PR for them. Not at all.
Yeah. But I guess you're saying, like, you learned your lesson about speaking to the press, but firstly, you're speaking to me, and I'm sort of press, not really.
Yeah.
Why are you speaking to me?
It's because I know what to do now.
Okay, fair enough. And then secondly, it's done all right for you, though, hasn't it? You had 8 followers, and you got about 1 bazillion.
Well, that's the thing is, for the first 2 years after that, it was not great at all. I got immediately fired from all my jobs, and I was, every time I tried to get a new job, there was a few things that would happen. I would either get recognized in the interview and they would just tell me, no, you're not coming in. Or I would get hired, and then after maybe sometimes on the first day or after a week, they would realize who I was. and then I would get fired, or I would get a job, actually manage to hold the job. And sometimes the manager was very cool, where he's like, don't worry, like just keep it down that you're here. And somehow far left activist groups would find out where I was working, and then they would call and harass the employer into firing me.
I can't imagine far left groups fighting to being annoyed at someone doing an anti-Semitic joke.
That's one thing that I have noticed about the far left. There was one event that I was doing, and we get all types of people at our events, and I was just sitting there having a pint, and I was ending up talking to a guy, and he started talking about, the Jewish media, the Jewish banks, the Jewish this, and Israel, and I'm sitting there just kind of like, right, okay, you're one of them. Yeah. And then I started talking to him about Richard Spencer, and then the guy went off. Fuck him, he's a Nazi. And then I went, I was like, what do you mean? And I was like, who? I was like, and he went, no. He was like, I'm in Labour. And I was like, what?
It wasn't George Galloway, was it?
No, it wasn't George Galloway. No, but this was just some random guy at one of my events. But I was just completely taken aback, because see, whenever they start talking about Jews, the far left and the far right are indistinguishable. Yeah. When you bring up Jews,
seems like it. But yeah, so people were calling up. That's awful. Have you read Jon Ronson's So You've Been Publicly Shamed?
Everyone's told me to, but I haven't actually read it yet.
Yeah, no. Okay. It's just loads of examples of cases like yours, I suppose.
Yeah, he followed me on Twitter quite recently.
Did he?
Actually. Oh, I don't know if he's doing a follow-up book or something, but yeah.
God, maybe he'll see this. I'll tag him on the Twitter thing. Because he also did the psychopath test, which I just did. Did you see? I don't know if you saw last week. I did on this podcast that it was an interview with a psychopath.
I think you mentioned something about that. I've not actually seen it yet. No.
You gotta check that out, man. It's insane. Not somebody else I spoke to was saying, "Hang on, you're the psychopath on? Is that what does that mean? I am like I'm not just speaking to people who I think are psychopaths, but yeah. So you couldn't keep a job. I mean, that is a bit shitty.
That was the part. It was just. This was the thing, is like, see how where I am on YouTube right now and where I am with political activism. This was the reason that all of this happened, is because after Nazi Pug happened, I just went, okay, whatever, it's done, it's finished now. I just want to get on. I just want to get on with stuff now. And basically I was trying to get on with stuff and couldn't get a job anywhere. We were having to live just off my girlfriend's wage. We were struggling to pay bills. I had to borrow money from my mum and dad and everything like that. And I was depressed as shit. I was just kind of like, okay, this is me forever now. I'm not allowed to work. And because I had so much free time, I went, I'm just going to continue on YouTube. And by that point, a lot of big people had contacted me, like Sargon of Akkad and Alex Jones and everything. And they just turned around to me and said, you should make videos. Why not just continue on YouTube? Why not just keep doing what you're doing? They were like, you're not doing anything else anyway. It wasn't even by choice. I wanted to work. I wanted to have a job. And they were like, just make YouTube videos. And then I kept making videos. And then these big guys kept shouting me out. And then from there, people decided they really liked my content. And that's when I started properly. It wasn't until like 2018 that my channel like really blew up, and I got to where I am now.
What is the key with that? I think a lot of people are building YouTube channels, particularly during COVID and everything, and a lot of people just say it's down to consistency. I mean, was there a moment you say it blew up? So was it like I'm getting a few hundred likes or whatever, and then suddenly there's thousands one day?
It was the key thing was whenever the newspapers wrote a bunch of articles about me again. So basically, any time I had a trial date, all of my stats just went flying up. The Streisand effect is a very real thing.
It's an antidote to cancel culture, I suppose. But you have to be able to not have somebody in charge of you. If you can avoid the gatekeepers, I suppose. I mean, if you were working for the BBC or something, that's not going to help you. That kind of press, you'll just be fired and kicked off.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. It's brilliant being on your own. It's absolutely brilliant. See, when you've been cancelled and you've built something completely on your own and you don't answer to anybody. See, all the cancelled comedians are apparently looking into all pulling money together and actually buying like their own venue so that they can never be deplatformed.
It must feel really freeing. I think I even convince myself, some things because I don't want to have the view that would get me deplatformed. Do you know what I mean?
It's a simulation. Basically, you are matching your views with the hive mind, because you know the danger of having opposing views to your in-group. Whereas like in our group, we've got people from like all walks of life. Everyone always goes like, oh, look at this picture of Count Dankula with Tommy Robinson and everything like that, like, and all that. But it's like nobody knows that the people that I go for beers with and hang out with are literal communists and anarchists.
Okay.
And I've hung around with them a hell of a lot more than I have with Tommy Robinson, but it's the Tommy Robinson thing that always gets mentioned.
Yeah, but they're even worse, the communists.
Yeah, they are. I'm working on that. Whenever I hang around with someone with opposing views, you know, usually after the fourth beer, that's when me trying to convert them starts. I'm like, they're on their fifth whiskey, they're weak. Go in for the kill now.
Because you were a member of UKIP for a while.
The reason that the UKIP thing started, it actually all stemmed from people cancelling us. Me and Sargon had like a huge event planned in the Scarborough Spa, the Scarborough Grand Hotel Spa. And we had people coming from Australia, Israel, Canada, America. Everybody was coming to this event. And a week before the event, it was Stand Up to Racism, got the event shut down. And were calling us all like white supremacists and Nazis and all that stuff, which there was Jewish people that came over from Israel. They paid like thousands of pounds for their hotels and their plane tickets. And then because it was a week before the event went live, that didn't get cancelled, their stuff was non-refundable. And they basically came over here to Britain to find out the thing that they spent thousands of pounds to come and see was cancelled, and all of the local papers were calling them Nazis.
Okay.
And so we were just sitting there like, welcome to Britain, boys. You know, like Mazel Tov. But we decided to all we'll go to Scarborough, we'll all just pub it, we'll all just go out to pubs and we'll all have fun, we'll all have a laugh anyway. So we did that anyway. And we were all just sitting talking, and we were all just really mad that the event get cancelled. So eventually I was drunk and I just went, you know what, fuck this. I'm sick of this shit. I'm getting into politics, like, to try and like do something at least to try and fix this. And then I was like, what political party has a good free speech clause? And the only one out of, you know, the big ones was UKIP. They were literally the only ones. None of the other primary parties, like Labour actively wants to destroy freedom of speech. The Tories don't care about freedom of speech. They don't even talk about it. It's a complete afterthought to them. And the Lib Dems, they don't talk about it either. UKIP was the only one. And I thought, well, you know, if that's my only option, then that's what I'm going to go for.
Hi, everyone. This is Jillian with Court Junkie. Court Junkie is a true crime podcast that covers court cases and criminal trials using audio clips and interviews with people close to the cases. Court Junkie is available on Apple Podcasts and podcastone.com.
I'm Brett.
And I'm Alice.
And together we host a weekly true crime podcast called The Prosecutors.
In every episode, we bring our unique perspective as full-time prosecutors to the most famous and debated true crime mysteries. Whether it's Maura Murray, Scott Peterson, or the Delphi murders, Brett and I dig deep to bring you details you won't hear anywhere else.
Our podcast is about more than just a story. We will walk you through the legal problems lurking behind every case, breaking down the complexities of the criminal justice system with humor and a personal touch. And it's not just true crime. We bring the same training and approach we've learned as prosecutors to classic mysteries like the Dyatlov Pass incident and the ghost ship Mary Celeste.
So if you're looking for a true crime podcast with a different point of view, The Prosecutors is the one for you. Find us wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you fascinated by unexplainable crimes, conspiracies, and fringe culture? Well, step into the crawl space. From tales of survival and deepfakes to synchronicities and cryptozoology, Crawl Space is a podcast that brings you weekly stories of the mysterious, harrowing, and bizarre. Search Crawl Space wherever you listen to podcasts. Crawl Space, where crime meets culture.
Were you concerned about a lot of the other UKIP people? Every now and then they'd come out and say something. I mean, there's a difference between what you did, which was a joke about the dog.
Yeah.
But they were coming out with racist comments every now and then. Wasn't it Bongo Land was one of them, off the top of my head?
That's just stupid stuff that your grandfather says. Like that's the problem with a lot of political parties. It's old boomers with old boomer opinions. Like you get it in Labour, you get it in Tories, you get it in UKIP, but a lot of the young blood in UKIP were not like that at all. There was one guy that I spoke to who literally still considers all of the Commonwealth to be British citizens.
Oh
and all that, yeah. He was sitting there like, Indian people are British. Man, so I was like, I did not expect to hear that in UKIP. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, did that put you off at all?
No, it didn't. It was just because there was a few times as well where I made some jokes and people didn't like the jokes I was making, and I was kind of like, I did not expect this in UKIP, but that's just the way the press goes. They make you think that a group is ultra, super, mega racists, but then when you go in and experience it, I was like, no, it's not like that at all.
Maybe it's like, if you can't identify the racist, then it's you.
Yeah, possibly.
Do you think?
I think it's people that constantly make everything about race and think in racial terms. To me, they're racists because I want to stop talking about it.
I just want to play the devil's advocate, and I suppose we're two white men.
I don't know. Are Scots white? I think the jury's still out on that.
You may be more white than the English, aren't you? You're sort of nearer to Vikings.
Apparently, we've got a lot of Viking blood in us because a lot of when the Vikings came over, a lot of our female ancestors didn't quite run fast enough.
That's funny, isn't it? Because it's something people always do when they look back to their ancestors. They identify with those who were raped rather than the rapers.
Yeah, yeah, actually.
They're both you.
Actually, that's true, yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
I used to live in Argentina, and in Argentina, they all talk about the horrible Spanish who came over and did this and that to the indigenous people. But most Argentines in Buenos Aires are white. So the people who came over and killed the indigenous people were them. It wasn't they, but they associate themselves with the indigenous. That's the funny thing. Would you still do that joke today? Aside from the fact that it's garnered you a following and everything, but I just mean for the joke's sake.
The joke's been done. Like it was a standard internet meme, and the way internet meme works is when a new meme comes out, it's funny for about 2 weeks and then it dies. But as for like, would I do the joke again after already having done it in 2016?
I mean, had you not?
Had I not done it, would I have done the joke? I would have done it. I mean, if it's new material, it's new material.
I read somewhere that you sort of apologized to some communities and stuff. It suggests there's some remorse about it.
I didn't apologize. I think I was hungover, and like that was during the panic of the initial visit.
Okay.
To my house, and I was like, I do apologise for any offence caused and everything, but then after a few weeks I got my balls back and I just went, you know what, fuck you, I'm not sorry.
It is offensive though, isn't it? I mean, it's an offensive thing. I mean, your argument is it doesn't matter if it's offensive. I've got a right to free speech and I shouldn't be arrested, which we haven't even gone into that yet. I want to find out about what happened then. That's your argument, but it's still offensive, isn't it? It's quite, I mean, I'm sure there are things that offend you as well. And you could say, well, so what? I got offended, you got offended, we move on. But you can still feel bad for doing something that's offended some people, right?
I don't.
Ever?
No. There has been a few times where I've said a joke that was a little bit too far to people, and I have turned around and went like that. See if I know the person and I actually have some respect for them. But basically, if they're being killed and butchered, then I care. Whether I know them or not doesn't really matter. Then I deeply care about that. But see if it's someone I don't know, Mr. Smith on the internet. Oh, your joke offended me. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I don't know you.
Yeah.
Why should I care? If it's someone that I actually know and I actually do have respect for, then if I have deeply upset them, then I will apologise to them for it. But whenever I've got like a small army of internet strangers saying, you offended me, I'm deeply offended by that, I'm like, who cares? And you'll be fine in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You're just offended, is this your first time? So like you'll be fine. Don't worry. Nothing happens.
Can you think of a joke that would be too much?
See, if I had like a 2-year-old toddler child and I taught them to Nazi salute, I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
I wouldn't do that. It's just whenever it's a child and you're teaching the child to do stuff, whenever you do it to a dog, like whatever, it's a dog. If you're doing it to a child, then to me that would be like too far. I wouldn't do that.
Did you notice a change in the dog's behaviour towards minorities after the trick? He
is extremely racist. He He keeps telling me to read the bell curve. Keeps telling me to look into Oswald and Mosley.
Oh my God.
And stuff. He's too far gone. He's too. The thing is as well. You can train a dog, but you can't untrain a dog. So see, whenever he sees anyone eating, he thinks if he walks up to them and salutes, then he gets food.
Is that a party trick? Like when people come over, still they must want to see Buddha do that.
Oh, they do it all the time. Yeah. They'll open like a packet of crisps and he'll just walk up to them and salute because he thinks that means I get one.
The thing is, like I do think it's a bit of an offensive joke, but I agree with you. Like, well, people have a right to do offensive things, I guess, and I would maybe be offended if a friend did that, but then I'd also probably be tempted to get the dog just to see it. If you were my mate and I went over, I'd probably be tempted to do that.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is I've done like lots of Skype calls and Discord calls when I'm hanging out with people, and like I've had like Jewish friends and everything when I've been on webcam, and like Buddha will walk into the room and then they'll all go, oh, make him do it, and I'm like, all right, fine, and I make him do it, and then they all laugh. Okay, because I mean at the end of the day, it's a dog lifting its paw. He's not goose stepping towards Poland.
Yeah. So we've discussed, I suppose, whether jokes can ever be offensive, but what about things people say? Do you ever get offended on behalf of, say, a minority of some sort, or somebody who's, based on something Nigel Farage or Boris or Corbyn or anyone has said or done?
I wouldn't get offended because of it. There are very few things that actually like deeply offend me. There are few things that actually make me angry. But I mean, if someone says something stupid, then I'll call them out on it and say that they're stupid. Like we do a lot of like, edgy and spicy jokes, but like whenever we see someone like saying those things, but not as jokes, they mean the things that they say, then we'll usually just laugh at them and call them an idiot.
Yeah. Okay. And where do your political sort of, what do people say? Your political leanings lie?
Leanings. Socially left, economically right. Okay. Basically, I'm fine for people to do whatever they want as long as they are not infringing on the rights of others. That's fine. If you want to be gay, trans, you want to practice your religion, you want to do any of those things, like whatever, it sounds bad, but basically if you want to be gay and get married, or you want to practice Islam or anything like that, I don't give a shit. I don't care. Like I actually care very little about what you do because you're not affecting my life in any way. Yeah. The only time I actually start to care is if you are infringing on the rights of others.
So you're pro, for example, gay marriage, I imagine?
Pro gay marriage, yeah. I don't care. Oh, did you hear that Sam and David are getting married? I don't care.
You wouldn't say that to Sam and David. You'd show them you're excited. I mean, if you've been invited to the wedding.
I would tell them I can't get the day off, man. That's just because I hate weddings. I don't want to go. Yeah, I don't. It's like that's not an anti-gay thing. It's an anti-wedding thing.
Yeah.
It's like sorry, man, can't make it.
Yeah, I'm not. Oh, actually, I was going to say even that I'm worried about saying. I'm even worried about agreeing with you that I don't like weddings because I'm thinking about friends at home who've invited me to weddings and things like that. I love weddings. I love a party.
Yeah, that's the thing is when it comes to stuff like gay marriage or whatever, I don't care.
Okay,
I honestly don't care.
I saw you got BLM in your Twitter handle and everything.
Yeah,
are you on board with all of that?
No, that's so Twitter don't ban me.
Really?
Yeah, everybody's doing it now. You put BLM in the pride flag in your name, and Twitter's little algorithm doesn't pick you up, and they don't ban you.
Wow. But presumably you are on board with the idea of black people having the same rights as other people and gay people having the same rights?
100%. I support the message, not the group.
So what happened? You got arrested?
Yes. Got arrested. The cops came to my house and came in. First, another mistake. Yeah, you don't let the cops in.
Really?
You don't.
You can say no?
You can say no. They can arrest you at your door, but they can't come into your house unless you run back into the house away from them if they've to arrest you.
Okay.
So basically, I let them in, and they says, "Sure, I think you know why we're here." And I was like, "Yeah, I've got a rough idea." And the cop just matter of factly went, "Well, we're here to arrest you." And I just started laughing and went, okay. And I went, can I get changed first? So I went in and I'm getting changed. The whole time I'm getting changed, I've got like the male officer like watching me, but like the reason for that is to make sure that I don't have like a weapon hidden in my drawers that I'm going to use or something. So like that's fair enough. But while I'm getting changed, the female police officer is going around my house taking pictures of everything. Like every room, taking pictures of like my computer and all that type of stuff. And then ended up, I get handcuffed, I get led outside and all the reporters were there waiting to take pictures of me. And then I get taken to the cells and I get told because my crime was classed as a hate crime, I was going to be kept in jail until my next court date, which fortunately was the very next day. And I never even get taken into the courtroom. The judge just gave an order to free me.
Wow. Did you stay the night then in jail?
I spent the night in jail, but that's fine. I mean, I've been in a few drunken bar fights a few times. So
have you?
Yeah, I'm Scottish. So,
what's the bed like in jail?
It was probably about a 2-inch thick mat on the floor.
On the floor? That's just degrading. That's awful. That's what I always think of, because in the movies, they often, I mean, you have those little bunk beds and like Shawshank and stuff, but then you've got, often it's just like a concrete floor. And I don't remember ever seeing like a bed or like a bedside table where you can plug your iPhone in.
No, there was nothing in the cell with me. It was just the bed. And I did ask for a book. And I think he gave me one of Reggie Craze from the Craze Twins books. And all that, which I was like, okay, apt.
Yeah.
But yeah, I read a little bit of that, and I just went to sleep.
Wow. Were you like? How did you feel at that point? Scared? No,
I was all right. Like, I think it's because I'd been in the cells before. I knew the script, but there was a funny story actually. While I was in there was one guy I remember getting like woken up late at night by like a guy like screaming, just screaming the house down, and I looked out. There's a little porthole at the front of the door, and I looked out and I could just vaguely see about like 6 cops like wrestling with this one guy to get him in the cell. And they put him in the cell and slammed the door shut, and he's sitting screaming, going, "I've ruined my life. I've ruined my fucking life," and everything. And I'm trying to sleep, and he kept screaming. So I started kicking my door and punching the wall, shouting at him, saying, "Shut the fuck up," trying to sleep, because other prisoners were shouting at him as well. He then starts punching the wall and kicking his door and shouting at me. So then I just sat and I just sort of like put my t-shirt around my head to like try and drown out his screaming. And then the next day I was like, "Who was that fucking idiot that you put in next to me last night?" And then the cop went, "Oh, he murdered his friend." and I was like, "Oh, okay." Making friends already.
He murdered his friend for telling him to be quiet at night.
It's probably, but it's fine. There was a concrete wall between us. Wow. I'm sure I'll be all right.
Maybe the biggest lesson to take from this whole experience for you is, if you ever get arrested, bring earplugs.
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, well, you're not allowed anything in the cell with you. You're not
allowed even earplugs.
Not allowed your shoes. Not allowed laces. Not allowed belts in case you Epstein.
Yeah,
yourself and all that. But like you're not allowed anything in apart from your clothes and a book. Yeah,
I'd bring earplugs. They're not stopping me bringing. You know what? I'm just not going to commit a crime because I couldn't put up with that.
Yeah, no, but that was the thing. Is the next day I get handcuffed to me, like you had your legs cuffed, you had your arms cuffed and onto your waist, and then I get loaded.
Your legs get cuffed.
Yeah, I got loaded onto a prisoner transport van as well to get taken to the court.
Like Hannibal.
Yeah, while I was there, I actually saw a friend of mine. We were getting led onto the truck, and the truck has got like little sealed pods inside it that you get put inside when you're getting taken to prison. And while I was walking past, I heard someone go, "Oh, Marcus, how you doing?" And I looked through the little window and it was one of my friends. And I was like, "Oh, fuck, man, how you doing?" Like that. But
what was he arrested for?
He slashed someone's face with a machete.
He didn't.
Oh, no, he did. He did it. And I'm not going to say his name, but he done it. I completely believe that he done it. But it ended up like I get taken to court. I was in court the next day, and that's when we get put in the big like holding cell.
Yeah.
Where I think there was probably about like 12 of us in this little, like, it was a really small room. And it was like 12 of us in there, and people are trying to sleep and lie on certain parts and everything. And they ended up doing the whole, like, what you in for?
Okay.
Type of thing. And it's going around everybody in the room.
Breakfast Club.
Yeah, pretty much. But people are going like, "Oh, I got caught with a knife. One guy even says, I attacked the police with a bat, and then it gets to me. And I'm like, I made a meme of my dog doing a Nazi salute. And the thing that was funny was half the prisoners like all sort of sat up and went, that was you. And I was like, yeah. And they were all laughing. But then my friend like leaned into me and whispered and went, it's all funny here, right? But see, if you do get put in, don't tell people that because you will get battered.
Or because Nazi is like a bad word.
No, just
because it's not hard enough.
It's not hard enough. I look weak.
Yeah, okay.
Like type of thing. So yeah, people would kick my head in.
What would you have said? I beat up a dog.
Yeah, I beat up
homeless person.
I would have said armed robbery or something like that. I would have said armed robbery. I get caught. I'm actually a drugs kingpin. Don't fuck with me. Type of thing. Yeah.
That's quite a funny story.
They released me, but then that was the beginning of my trial, and I think I had a totally like 9 trial dates, and that went on over the course of 2 years.
Yeah,
and just some of the stuff that the prosecutor was saying. The prosecutor went in like so hard. Prosecutors just want to win, right? Prosecutors don't give a shit if you're guilty or innocent. Like their job's to prove that you're guilty. He was saying that unironically, I actually wanted to kill people. He was saying stuff like that. He tried to, halfway through the trial, get my charge raised to a more serious one, where instead of the maximum sentence being 1 year, my maximum sentence would have been 5 years. This guy was actually trying to get me 5 years in prison for this joke. And he was just, but see, when it came to me head to head with the prosecutor, like, I absolutely wrecked him. But, still found guilty. I said to my lawyer, no matter what punishment the judge gives me, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. If he gives me a fine, I'm not going to pay it. If he gives me community service, I'm not going to do it. If he gives me prison, then it's kind of hard to argue against that. They just pin you to the ground and take you away. But the judge went £800 fine. But the funny thing is, I was trying to get jailed. I was trying to basically like make a statement.
Yeah.
I was wanting to show people that I'm prepared to go to jail for what I believe in. Freedom of speech, it's a human right and everybody deserves it. You shouldn't be arresting people and putting them in prison for jokes. However, I didn't tell my wife about my plan.
I was wondering that. Was this just an excuse to get away from her, a little holiday?
No, that was the funny thing is, like, while my lawyer's reading out the statement and I'm standing there in front of the judge, I can actually feel her eyes burning into the back of my head and everything. But then I got handed the £800 fine. I went out the court to people cheering and all that type of stuff. And she did the good thing. She was smiling and all happy for the cameras and the press and everything. But see as soon as we were alone, she went fucking apeshit going, you were trying to get jailed. You were trying to go to prison. And I was like, yeah. Because if I told you my plan, you would have said no. As soon as I got fined £800, I donated £800 to a children's hospital. to sort of say, I have the money.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just not going to fucking pay it.
Yeah.
But eventually, like, I was getting the threatening letters from the police, like, pay the fine by this time, pay the fine by this time. If you don't, we're going to come and get you. And I just went, no. I even made a video baiting them, like, I'm not paying this fine. Come and get me then. And what the cops did instead is they seized the money straight out of my bank account.
Wow.
And they're supposed to tell you. I never got any of that. The funds weren't even frozen. Just in the space of one day, boom, they took the money. And I think the reason that they did that is because they knew that if I knew they were coming, I would just empty the account and like close the account.
Right. I want to get something out of you. Some remorse. Some...
None at all. I would do it again.
It's got to be something. Come on, there's got to be something. I want to end on remorse here.
There is none.
I need us to have gone on a journey in these 70 minutes. There's a journey and we've both learned a lot and no, it's not happening.
No, it's not happening. No, I don't regret the joke at all.
Man, I think what you did was in bad taste, but you had every right. Yeah, you have every right to do it.
That's an absolutely fair opinion. That's a completely fair opinion. Like, I'm not asking people to find the joke funny. I don't I don't get to decide what people do and do not find funny. That comes down to the individuals themselves. Like, if someone goes, I didn't find your joke funny, fine. Like, I would find it really weird if 100% of people found the joke funny. Like, nobody finds 100% of jokes funny all the time.
Yeah.
But, like, see, I just want people to recognise that it was, in fact, a joke.
You're Count Dankula on Twitter. So dank memes, that's a thing. What is that?
Dank meme is many things. It can be all things. It can be nothing.
Uh-huh.
A dank meme is basically a meme that has sort of been made, very poorly made, but on purpose.
But a lot of the memes in these circles are quite, I suppose, offensive for offensive's sake, which again, I guess I would agree with your right to do it. There was that one with the smoke from the Beirut bomb singing. But that's going to be, imagine coming across that. Again, you say you don't mind offending people, but I guess there's got to be a point where you imagine like somebody's lost their mother in Beirut or whatever, and then they go on Twitter and see someone's laughing at that.
Well, that's the thing. I don't even know why I did that. I think it was just the absurdity of the explosion made it somehow seem like not real and disconnected, because it was like a nuke. And I don't know why. I think just the ridiculousness of it just made me make a joke.
People who are maybe anti those kinds of jokes would maybe imagine that you didn't feel the same empathy. That's what this is. It's a battle of who's got the most empathy, isn't it?
Making jokes about bad things isn't the same as being happy that those bad things happen. And that's the thing. Like, say, for example, I made jokes about the Holocaust. I made jokes about the Beirut explosion. Like, see if you put a big red button in front of me that says push this to stop the Holocaust or push this to stop the Beirut explosion, I would push the button.
Do you feel emotional watching what happened in Beirut?
Like, because it's an explosion, it's a big boom, it's ridiculous. Like, I was just sitting there, like, I was more amazed. I was just like, fucking hell, look at that thing. Seeing videos of, like, the families, like, crying and everything and searching the rubble and stuff, that shit, no, I don't find that funny. That stuff gets to me.
There's something about the word stupid in a Scottish accent. Stupid! It sounds brilliant, and I'd like to thank Mark Meechan, or Count Dankula, for saying it a few times and for being a guest on my show. He spoke very eloquently about the nuances of free speech, and in a world that currently trades on perceived and performed morality, I don't want to fall into the trap of presuming I have more empathy for oppressed people and victims than he does, because that would be a very unempathetic thing to do. The truth is, we don't know what's going on in the minds of other people and can only judge from their actions and words. I do think he goes too far. I do think that making light of some really horrible situations for other people in order to gain laughs and likes is not the epitome of grace and decorum, and might even add to the pain of those that are suffering. That said, we can't live in a world where a joke, no matter how awful, gets you arrested. On an unrelated note, I was pleased to see that he does feel sympathy for the victims of Beirut. So he seemed okay, right? Maybe? Anyway, come back next week where I'll be speaking to James Lindsay, the anti-woke scholar. He is a colleague of Helen Pluckrose, who was on this podcast just a few weeks ago. And that's a really great interview. It's already recorded and will be out next Monday. Could you find yourself making 2 + 2 = 5 work as a mathematician?
No, I actually cannot. There's one example where if you change some of the meanings around and you fuddle with stuff, it's true, but it's trivially true, which means it doesn't tell you anything. So no, I don't think 2 + 2 ever = 5. It's a very good example of how they think. What they would say is that 2 + 2 equals it doesn't matter. But to claim 4 would be a hegemonic discourse, and that therefore we have to ask who it benefits to say that 2 + 2 = 4. If you were to go all the way into woke theory and crystallize it, that's what you would get. That's like the crystal meth version of woke theory.
James Lindsay is a colleague of Helen Pluckrose, who was on the podcast just a few weeks ago. Together with Peter Boghossian, the group faked woke or social justice academic papers and got them published in prestigious journals. These included bogus ideas like that dogs engage in rape culture, that men could become less transphobic by inserting things up their back passages, that kind of thing. The idea was to show that there is bias in academia towards social justice ideas. James has a doctorate in maths, there's an S at the end of the word, American listeners, and a background in physics. He also has a huge following on Twitter and recently caused a storm by arguing that 2 plus 2 does indeed equal 4. This may sound obvious, but his critics, including many respected academics, have been suggesting it could also equal 5, in a worrying echo of the kind of doublethink described in George Orwell's 1984. James is suggesting that this is part of the problem with how woke people think, and how they'll twist words and meaning to suit their agenda. This week, James and Helen have a book coming out. It's called Cynical Theories: How Activist Scholarship Made Everything About Race, Gender, and Identity, and Why This Harms Everybody. Make sure to get hold of it. The podcast does get a little mathematical early on, and if you listen closely, you can actually hear the moment my brain begins to melt, just as he is talking about 2 concatenated ones. But we do start to move away from maths after a few minutes. I certainly felt out of my depth throughout, so I'm just going to explain some words to the unacquainted. A lot of people have been asking me what woke means. Not everyone's on Twitter all the time, and that's fair enough. It just means a social justice warrior. Basically, the people telling you to put certain things in your social media profiles to point out the suffering of certain groups. In its essence, it's actually quite a good thing. Postmodernism, in this context, refers to the way many woke people appear to think, and how they stress there is no objectivity. For example, 2 plus 2 equals 4 would, in their theory, be the result of white colonization. And finally, a hegemonic discourse. I've just looked up what that means because James used it a lot. It's part of the woke theory that there is a ruling class that is above many other systems in a pyramid of oppression. Just a warning, James has a dry and sardonic tone, so often when he's saying things like wristwatches are white supremacy, he's actually imitating woke people he's encountered. He doesn't really believe that. You can't see, but he's rolling his eyes on the screen. You can find video trailers of this episode and all the others on my Twitter and Instagram pages. Both are AndrewGold_OK. Do follow and subscribe to this podcast and leave some reviews. I need some reviews or something. I read every one of them and really appreciate them. Next week is Mary Turner Thompson with the most insane, ridiculous story I've ever heard about how a psychopath turned her life upside down by convincing her he was a spy infiltrating Israel and Palestine. He was actually off having many different families and dozens of children, while stealing hundreds of thousands of pounds from each partner and wife, the ultimate bigamist. And the week after, I'm delighted to be welcoming journalist and conservative peer Daniel Finkelstein. But for now, it's James Lindsay. When I spoke to Helen, she left her phone on loud, so it just beeped every 3 or 4 seconds. It was just bing, bing.
It's very actually annoying to be near Helen with her phone because of that.
Yeah, is that right? So it wasn't just me. I kept thinking, oh God, it had gotten past the point where I could say to her, do you mind turning it off? It had already been like 15 minutes. I thought, oh, I'm just going to leave it. And quite a few people commented afterwards like, oh, ask your guests to turn their phones off, will you?
For what it's worth, I have set my phone to silent. The only sound it makes is the alarm clock in the morning. Literally no other
Even that,
sound.
you could get one of those watches that vibrates to wake you up in the morning.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. I'm not wearing a watch.
Do you not wear watches?
No, I can't.
Oh my God. And you're a mathematician.
Yeah, but they're white supremacy.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's a thing.
What do you mean?
No, it's a thing. I actually had to go trace it because I said this a few times and I made one of those woke minis as a joke, saying that white supremacy now includes wearing a wristwatch among several other things. And we could list tons of things: loyalty, responsibility, punctuality, reliability, civility. You know, we can just go down the list of things that are also white supremacy culture: epistemic adequacy, knowing what you're talking about, science, reason, rationality, 2 plus 2 equals 4, right. Apparently.
Yeah.
Logic. All of these things are white supremacy, but I said wristwatch. And what had happened, this is very interesting because we almost put it in cynical theories, but we didn't because we couldn't find the citation. It's like, I don't make this stuff up. I had read somewhere that wristwatches were taken as a sign of white supremacy, and it had something to do with the idea that people would have to keep time and keep to a schedule. Punctuality is definitely a feature of white supremacy. It's something we keep hearing people say.
That's not the reason you don't wear one, though, is it?
No, I just don't like how they feel.
Fair enough. Tell me, this should be the easiest question a mathematician could ever face. So what is 2 plus 2?
It is the addition of 2 very small positive integers. There's nothing really mysterious to 2 plus 2.
And what's the answer?
4, as it turns out. I mean, it's been a number of things. Of course, most famously, maybe it was in Orwell's 1984. Okay, so I'll tell you the story of how this happened. It is my fault, actually. And I think I can genuinely claim blame for the 2 plus 2 equals 5 month-long nonsense on Twitter.com. Basically, a graphic design person reached out to me and thought it'd be fun to make these kind of cute little posters. She wanted to call them woke minis. We talked it over. I thought it was fun and funny. We started to make them, so the idea would be like some little quip, satirical definition of how the woke think about an idea. One of them, what I think I made, was something like white privilege is what all white homeless people have that makes them richer than Oprah. And so this woman's emailing or DMing me on Twitter, and she's saying, I'm trying to understand how they think. What would they say about 2 plus 2 equals 4? Would they just say that it's 5? What would they say it's 3? It's a very good example of how they think. What they would say is that 2 plus 2 equals it doesn't matter. But to claim 4 would be a hegemonic discourse. And so we should be very skeptical of that hegemonic discourse. And they would say that was arrived at by a political process, and that therefore we have to ask who it benefits to say that 2 plus 2 equals 4. So they wouldn't deny that 2 plus 2 can equal 4. Yeah. You would get. That's like the crystal meth version of
Could you find theory. Yourself making 2 plus 2 equal 5 work as a mathematician?
No, I actually cannot. I've wrecked myself for the last few days trying to think of even one there's one example where if you change some of the meanings around and you fuddle with stuff, it's true, but it's trivially true, which means it doesn't tell you anything. So no, I don't think 2 plus 2 ever equals 5. But anyway, I made one of these woke minis for 2 plus 2 equals 4, and I said it's a white Western equation that is used to marginalize other possible values. So I put it on the 8th of June. It got some traction. It was funny. People laughed. My point with them, of course, was to get people to download them and share them, saying, see, this is what they actually think this. And so on the 5th of July, Nicole Hannah-Jones of the New York Times Magazine, who did the 1619 Project, tweeted something about, objectivity and standards or whatever. She's got an attitude in her tweets. It's one of her tweets. Somebody, as far as I know, that's just one of my followers, grabbed that 2 plus 2 equals 4 woke mini and stuck it underneath, replied to her with the woke mini, which is what I wanted people to do with them in the first place. And it has my handle on it, and she knows who I am. It says @Conceptual James on the thing. So she knows who I am. So she tweeted and said, using Arabic numerals to defend white Western culture or something like this is so damn classic. And so that was on the 5th of July. And then you can kind of track it. If you go look up 2 plus 2 equals 4 or 2 plus 2 equals 5 on Twitter, you can see that once she tweeted it, the whole cascade started of these kind of, woke or semi-woke math people and math educators in particular scrambling. In fact, one woman tweets, how do we make 2 plus 2 equals 5 a true statement? Basically, so I'll be wrong. So there's this huge cascade of them trying to defend the idea that 2 plus 2 can actually be different values. They should have picked a different number besides 5, because 5 is a hard one to do. In fact, as I said, I don't think it's possible.
What could you have done then?
I would have chosen 11.
That's possible?
No, but there's a trick. It's not possible. But 11, meaning 1 followed by another 1, as we would say in to be very formal about the language, 2 concatenated 1s. In base 3 numerals rather than base 10 numerals means 4. And so 2 plus 2 equals 2 concatenated 1s in base 3 is a true statement.
Yeah. See, this is a thing. So I don't consider myself a woke person or whatever. And my natural thing to do is to sort of seed ground and say, you're a mathematician, that's your background. There are probably things that maybe I know more about. Probably nothing actually, but the maths, I can just go, okay, he knows that, I'll listen to that. Whereas it just seems like with the woke culture, it's that everybody is a genius and nobody's a genius, which is scary.
That's right. So, and then what you have now is like this cottage industry of little math educator activists. I don't want to say that they're Twitter people. They're not. Like, One of these people is Trada Sharude, and I don't know that she's not a household name is what I mean. But what she is she's the executive director of the state of Washington's ethnic studies program. And she's an ethnic studies math teacher. And so she is one of the people that's very vigorously pushing that we need to accept that 2 + 2 can equal other values, because otherwise we presume objectivity in math and we cannot presume objectivity. And so you see now somebody who has massive amounts of power in a state administrative role that's sanctioned by the governor of that state in the US, openly declaring that 2 + 2 equals 4 or 5 or whatever they want is a meaningful battleground in a larger war to remove belief in objectivity in subjects in the STEM fields, for M being math and STEM. So the broader goal is to erase objectivity. And this sounds all so conspiratorial and weird. So you look up, well, who are the scholars that are working in this? I don't want to call it mathematics reform project, but this weird mathematical
sort of Maoist, isn't it? It's sort of, instead of land reform, it's objectivity reform or math reform, as you said.
Yeah, it's Mao was, he was all about material production, seizing the means of material production, because it's a very traditionally Marxist thing to do. This is a different animal that we're dealing with today. The goal is to seize the means of cultural production rather than material production. It's not economics that's interesting, it's culture itself. And so education is a major site of cultural production. So what they want to do is seize the means of education. So they want to make it so that all education is on their terms. But what's one of the major stumbling blocks to that? Well, am I allowed to swear on your show? Yeah, the fucking truth. That's what's in the way. So they have to get rid of it because the truth is in the way. They can't make everything about social justice as they define it, which is its own can of worms, if they actually have to, defer to material reality and things like 2 + 2 = 4.
Is there some truth in the whole woke thing?
The answer, of course, is always yes. When you have large groups of people all saying the same thing and claiming that it's deeply, profoundly true in some way, it's probably inaccurate to say that they're all dead wrong. It is much, much more likely that they're pointing at something badly. They're pointing at something real and doing a bad job of pointing at it.
Okay.
When we said that we believe that the sun went around the earth, because obviously it's just going across the sky and it looks like it's going around the earth. If you imagine that was people pointing at a fact of reality and being badly mistaken about it. They weren't dead wrong.
Okay.
If you see the difference now.
So what do you like about the woke stuff?
So the woke thing is pointing at the fact the law isn't sufficient to clean up all problems that arise in terms of discrimination, prejudice, disenfranchisement, these social injustices in the very real meaning of the term. I think the best and cleanest example of this, in fact, is the issue around rape. I've thought about this, of course, for a very long time, long before woke was on the scene. And so we can have very, very clean laws, very, very strict laws about rape. We can adjudicate convicted rapists to many, many years of their entire lives in prison. Most people actually agree with this, right? We can have that. We can have almost everybody in society agree that that's the correct laws. And then remains the problem that the overwhelming majority of rape cases present no evidence that can be adjudicated in a court of law. So now you have a real problem, women being raped, primarily women, it's not just women, but primarily women being raped, and there is no workable pathway to justice for this. When we switch out of, say, so you can see though, if that's the case, you have to find a way to achieve justice some other way. Do we accept some level of vigilantism about this? If you rape my daughter, do I get to go kill you? Or probably not, right? But what do we do? And one of the things you can do is go rail about rape culture and say that the culture itself is still too endorsing of rape, and try to change the culture from within to where rape accusations are given vastly more weight, believe all women, are given vastly more weight as evidence than they would have been previously. But obviously this violates due process of law and you start having these conflicts. So yes, they're pointing at something. When we look at race and racism, I think the data lately show that on average, if a white applicant and a black applicant were to go apply for jobs, say equally talented people, and they went to apply for jobs. It turns out that on average right now, the numbers seem to work at that Black people have to apply to, and I'm quoting some research that I've only read lightly, so I apologize if it's not quite right, but they have to apply to one more job on average than white people do in the United States to get the job. So if you have to apply to 4 jobs, they have to apply to 5 to get one. And this kind of stuff wears you out. It is exhausting. And it's very difficult to adjudicate properly. It's very difficult to prove in a lot of cases that there's even discrimination occurring, especially if it's this unconscious or whatever. And I will use unconscious instead of implicit bias. And I actually need to disambiguate more about those, because implicit bias is a claim to be measurable thing that's probably utterly bollocks. And unconscious bias is this more nebulous, vague term that allows for more expressions of it, like just the rough acceptance of stereotypes. And so they point to things like this, and the law can't, you can't make the law be about what people think in the privacy of their own minds. And so if the privacy of their own minds contains various stereotypes about certain racial groups that either benefit or harm those racial groups, that becomes a thing. And the woke movement is pointing at that. And so pointing it out is a totally legitimate thing. Analyzing it with a completely shit theory is a completely different thing. And prescribing the worst possible solutions to it is yet another thing. And so I do see a lot in the woke movement that there is to be listened to, but that doesn't mean that you take the whole thing. You asked about postmodernism, and I won't get into the details of it, but I do like the idea of cracking open your thoughts to a much wider perspective. Okay. I like the postmodern aesthetic in art. I don't like the idea, though, that all knowledge is socially constructed and therefore, we have to always examine the political process underneath it, blah, 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 blah. It just goes too far. I like to play with words. I mean, I think that if he were still alive and we could cross the language barrier, that Derrida and I could have a great time over drinks, screwing around with language, making jokes and so on. And I like that kind of wordplay. It doesn't mean that I think that of grammatology is a useful text for much of anything.
I first started feeling, I think, what you're saying about maybe the laws not being sufficient enough, so people are overreacting. When I was working at a newspaper, The Sun, like 10 years ago or so, there was a huge thing in the UK about press freedom and the press going too far in like hounding celebrities and things like that. So the point was, I mean, The Sun and its sort of sibling newspaper, The News of the World, they were hacking people's phones, which they're not supposed to do. Mm-hmm. It's illegal. And they did it sometimes to horrible consequences. For example, there was a young girl who was like abducted and killed. And because they got into her phone to find out her voice messages and stuff, the family thought that she must have been accessing her own phone. They could hear that her voicemail had been accessed. But actually she died, unfortunately. So those are the kinds of things they were doing. And so everybody was going crazy. There was this hysteria among celebrities and everyone in the UK of like, we have to clamp down. And I was just thinking, I was like 21 at the time, and I was just thinking, but we already have a law for that. They were breaking the law, and now they're caught, and now they're going to prison. So I don't understand. That's a similar thing, isn't it? It's now they want to restrict what I saw as free speech because of some people breaking the law.
Right. And so this is very much like that with, like, for example, the rape issue, to get very specific. I don't think that there's any way to actually stop it. The overwhelming majority of rapes are caused by an overwhelming minority of men who would be overwhelmingly beat up by the overwhelming majority of men if the overwhelming majority of men had the opportunity to get a hold of them. And those people are primarily predators and sociopaths. And the two kind of core problems are very closely related, but in opposite directions, that all societies actually have to deal with are the sociopath problem and the free rider problem. Yeah. There are some percentage of the population who just aren't going to work and are going to try to milk the system to get by. There's some proportion of the population who are going to try to exploit the system because they have no sense of empathy. Screaming about rape culture, if you were to boil it down to the ultimate bottom thing, is somebody saying the sociopath problem is not being solved adequately. When you see the conservatives railing about the welfare state and blah, 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 what they're saying, if you boil it down to its purest expression, is we aren't being serious enough about the free rider problem. And there are points to be had within that. But a lot of lack of clarity comes up, especially when you start adding emotionally charged language like moocher.
I had a sociopath on this show a couple of weeks ago.
I saw that. I went to your Twitter earlier just to check and see, because I was like, who? why did I agree to this again? not anything personal. I get like 3 of these a day, man.
Yeah. I'm happy you've done this one.
I saw Helen too. I was like, that's what got me. Because if you would have just come in and said, oh yeah, BBC, blah, blah, I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
But it was like Helen was on here. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, she was really nice, man. And she was up for it. So in the UK, I had a few documentaries come out. I haven't been into Twitter, so it's all a new thing for me.
That's a nightmare.
It's mad, the whole thing. And that's how I came across Helen and then you. But what was my point? What was I going to say? I don't even remember.
Well, you had a sociopath on.
And I do worry that because the guests are going to be so different every week, I really worry that sometimes there'll be sort of intellectuals and then they'll see, because I had a pedophile as well a few weeks ago.
I think it's actually important to have those kinds of conversations. It's important to understand what's going on and to bring as much sunlight and honest clarity to the questions as possible. The point I was about to make is that the liberal systems that we use in general, whether those are knowledge systems or those are legal systems, nobody's claiming that any of them are perfect. It's not about the specifics that the woke people are arguing about. It's actually about the underlying approach. And they are, I would say, semi-justifiably very frustrated with the failures of the processes that we have to create the kind of justice that they think the world deserves. And if you take some of the wacky stuff out, their impulses are correct. And I actually agree with those impulses. And that frustration turns into a desperation to do something, which leads them into these kind of, very bad solutions. It's like I've had this conversation with so many religious people. They're like, oh, people are looking for meaning in their lives. And I think a lot of the people maybe in the woke orbit are. And so they're virtue signaling and they're kind of have hollow lives and so on. But the woke proper are all about control. And control is one of the 3 primary psychological axes, or psychosocial axes, I should say, in the psychology of religion that people turn to belief in a God to try to satisfy, the sense that there is control in the world. And so when you see these kind of totalitarian things rise up out of especially what's obvious and comprehensible frustration, even if you don't agree with the source of the frustration, you can comprehend why it's there once you kind of hear them out. That's where you run into situations like what we see, where people are so desperate and so hungry to get that control that they'll tip into authoritarianism and totalitarianism to exert control over a world they feel like is out of control. And that's why I think the woke ideology from a psychological perspective is so bad, is because it teaches people to become more sensitive to those things that are triggering them into the frustration rather than less. It's not teaching people to take distance away from those problems so that we can find rational and successful solutions to them. It's teaching people to dive into those emotions and that frustration and that feeling in particular of being out of control. The world is out of control. There's systems of racism everywhere. People are being killed in the streets every day for doing nothing. And so when you get in that kind of a place, it's like a panic loop. And the only thing you can do is either abandon ship or try to clamp down and lock down the whole thing. And so that's sort of what you see. You see this nihilism trying to destroy everything. That's abandoning ship. And then you see this desire to seize control with the ideology that they believe is the most poignant way to talk about the issue.
Wow. The virtue signaling really drives me crazy, actually. It's really gotten to a point. This thing of like putting on their Instagram, I'm an anti-racist. And then the next day, that same person will espouse something anti-Semitic or something. And that's the thing, because nobody thinks they're racist. So everybody putting, let's be against racism. Well, like, obviously, yeah.
Virtue signaling from a psychological and sociological perspective is also very interesting. It's one of the most important things humans do. But when we say virtue signaling, what we actually mean is excessive virtue signaling, or kind of virtue signaling that is not in alignment with genuine virtue. It's empty virtue signaling, where you're doing the signal, but you're not doing the virtue, which is what you're actually speaking about.
That's all of them.
Yes, very much so.
I used to live with somebody, I remember, who used to go on about saving a group of people, but she never did the dishes. I've got an awesome true crime podcast I need to tell you about called Crawl Space, which is a show I love. Yes, I realize everyone recommends podcasts, but you're listening to me, and I'm telling you should be listening to Crawl Space too. Can't argue with that logic. The show covers a wide range of topics, from unexplainable crimes to conspiracies and fringe culture, with weekly interviews with expert guests. And there are a ton of episodes you'll find interesting since you're a fan of this show. I'd recommend our listeners check out their recent episode about the real-life Frankenstein, or their interview with Catherine Jones, who was incarcerated at 13 years old. Also, I was on their podcast twice, so maybe start with those episodes. You'll like those. There's an episode for every true crime addict, though, no matter what you're into. The show covers stories of survival and deep fakes to synchronicities and cryptozoology. Tim, Lance, and Jen are your weekly dose of the mysterious, harrowing, and bizarre. You can't go wrong with adding Crawl Space to your rotation. Just search for Crawl Space, True Crime and Mysteries on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to your podcasts.
What if your daughter disappeared? Your mother, your son? What if years have passed and you're no closer to finding them?
When a person goes missing, their story doesn't stop there.
Each week, Missing brings you stories of missing persons and justice, sourced from the case file of the nonprofit Private Investigations for the Missing.
Listeners say Missing is the most binge-worthy podcast of all time.
Search Missing wherever you listen to podcasts.
Missing, where mysteries have a mission.
This is Monsters is a true crime podcast and YouTube channel where I tell the stories of the worst people on the planet. Though the stories of the victims are told, we focus on the monster who carried out the evil act. The show is split into seasons, and each season has a theme. In Season 1, we covered cases of filicide, which is the act of a parent killing their own child. In Season 2, we covered cases of people killing for love. We recently finished up Season 3, where we covered cases of parricide, which is the act of someone killing their parents. Tune in now as we start Season 4, where we dive into the minds of family annihilators, sick individuals who decided to destroy their entire families. Check us out anywhere that you listen to podcasts or on YouTube by searching This is Monsters.
So the thing is, what I would love to do if I had like a magic wand, and let me disclaim, first of all, the author of this book and I are not in league. In fact, I don't even really like him.
Okay.
But
yeah. You're just arguing with everyone. It's Twitter. It's everywhere. How are you? You've got high blood pressure from it.
I used to get that way, but...
What happens when you meet with your family and stuff for like dinner? There must be arguments.
No, who? No, actually, I don't drag it into my personal life very much. But, you know, if people bring it up all the time, and then usually it doesn't go real well. I forgot what I was going to say now.
There was somebody who you don't like who wrote something.
Oh, yeah, Paul Bloom. Paul Bloom wrote a book called Against Empathy.
Okay.
But the point is that there are two forms of empathy, or two forms of altruism, if you want to look at it. One that you could broadly classify as emotional or emotionally driven, one that you could classify as intellectual or effective. And what this is an outgrowth of extraordinary caring too much while doing nothing practical.
Yeah.
And so what I would hope they would take from it is that the virtue signal, this kind of like hashtag activism, or even the real activism where they're getting the issue backwards because they care so much. It's like I see these people and they're like, well, the harm that trans people are facing, the harm. It's like, breathe. Let's calm down. There are some harms. That's right. Let's calm down. Let's take a step back. And now let's try to understand all of the details of the situation rather than focusing on the immediate pain and panicking about that pain. Let's step back, go learn dispassionately as much as we can about the situation, and then craft the most reasonable and effective response that minimizes that harm.
Is there not an argument that these people, even if you might call them hysterical or a little bit further, do they not move the Overton window a little bit further one way or the other?
Yes, they do, actually.
So we need them in a way.
And it's a very complicated conversation to have about the utility of moving the Overton window and the utility of having a radical entity alongside. I spend actually an inordinate amount of time thinking about the way that the Black Power movement created,
right,
for example, an Overton window shift that made Martin Luther King's message much more, the civil rights movement's message much more acceptable,
palatable
to a broad audience. And so there is something to this. But you can't have everybody moving the damn Overton window, right?
Yeah.
You actually do have to have that sane center. And if the movement is the Overton window moving people have literally turned around and started bashing the crap out of the sane people on their side, to the point where those people are scared for their careers, scared to speak up and so on, what you've done now is you've gone off of the sense of there would be an intellectually strategic way to do that, and then there's an idiotic way to do that, and you've stepped into the idiotic way. And the idiotic way has been played out again and again and again in history, when finally, the Overton window movers break free and start to run wild, and you call these things like the Reign of Terror in the French Revolution. But it's the same kind of argument that Richard Dawkins used to famously make about religion. Is like, yes, we should definitely have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out.
What is the darkest theory of like how where this can go, sort of woke thinking? What's the worst thing that could happen?
In queer theory, it would be a complete dissolution of, in particular, say dark sexual norms whatsoever, including pedophilia, animals. I'm talking about dead people. I'm talking about children. I'm talking about properly screwed up stuff.
But do you really see it going that way?
You asked what the darkest possibility was.
Okay.
But yes, they're already trying to do it with pedophilia. So they're trying to claim that it's a sexual orientation. You can go all the way back to Michel Foucault explicitly arguing against age of consent laws, sex and gender. If you erase gender, it becomes very confusing to understand who people are. People don't understand themselves. With the trans movement, young women in particular are extraordinarily psychologically susceptible to grooming. They have a lot of insecurities in their bodies. I mean, we already know about the eating disorder problem, but a lot of people don't understand that these are actually very tightly linked. The proportion of people who are trans, especially young women who decide that they're trans, that also have eating disorders is astonishing. And then you can actually kind of see that it's all because it's being played upon in forums that are digging into the insecurities about their bodies and telling them ways that they can, again, exert total control over something they feel like they can't control, which is how people perceive their bodies. This is all covered in queer theory as totally acceptable. You talk about race, on the other hand, race war. The literal race war that motivated Hitler to try to create the Aryan race. Hitler's beliefs, a lot of people don't understand these. His belief was that a race war was an inevitable human result. It was coming no matter what. And the purpose of building the Third Reich was to build the Aryan race was to build that group that would win the race war when it came. So you had to get rid of all of the racially defective things as he saw them so that they couldn't possibly pollute the gene pool. That race war that Hitler believed was at the end of the line is exactly the kind of thing that the end of critical race theory could stoke. Absolute inability to empathize across race, absolute claims on victimhood status, which victimhood is known sociologically to be competitive. If you come in, if you and I sit down for a beer, we meet at the pub, and you sit down and I'm like, how's your day, Andrew? And you're like, oh, I just had such a shit day.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it takes an effort to say, tell me about it, as opposed to, yeah, mine too. Let me tell you about how bad mine was.
Story topping.
Yeah.
I had a bit of a tiff with, there's a famous rapper in the UK. Did you hear about him? Wiley? A guy called Wiley? He just came out, he's like a rap guy, and he just came out for like 2 days straight, and once every minute or so, he wrote something like, the Jews are slippery people, we have to kill the Jews. It was none of the Zionist, anti-Zionist stuff, it was just Jews.
Wow.
Yeah, and so I sort of spoke to him and had a bit of a back and forward with him, and then somebody who was a black Jew had a go at me, saying, why are you giving him a platform? Do you know what this is doing for black Jews? And I was like, I don't know. Why can't I be a victim for 1 second? Because I'm Jewish, by the way. And I thought, why can't I be a victim for 1 minute without somebody else being an even better victim than me? And I just thought, I can't.
Yeah, victimhood's competitive. And so when you erase the ability for races to understand one another, and you claim that each race has its own culture that's shaped by the forces of society that they can't escape, you've now made it impossible to have conversation. If everything's just your lived experience versus my lived experience, and there's no way to adjudicate, there's no conflict resolution method like liberalism, where we treat everybody as individuals and we treat people equally, we try to be as colorblind as possible. The end of that road is war. And the axis upon which that war gets fought is race.
Yeah.
And so race war is at the end of that line. The more real likelihood is also very dark, which is to introduce a social credit system. So somebody who goes out and is violent Well, they're going to lose their social credit. So now we can make sure that those people don't do it. People who show up and do their job and don't complain and swallow their pride and, don't go against anything, they earn money maybe, or they actually just earn social credit. Social credit becomes your ability to buy things. You have an app on your phone, you just scan it at the store. That's how you buy things. And so you can actually move the entire economy to a means of, are you participating in society correctly or not, in a very broad sense. So you're being a good person in society, a good citizen, no longer just gives you moral cash that people may or may not know about. It gives you actual cash that you can use.
That is what happens when, J.K. Rowling's maybe not a good example because she's so wealthy anyway, but when they start saying they're going to stop publishing her book, people are not going to buy her book and that kind of thing because she fell foul of the particular rules of the day.
But even people like J.K. Rowling's a good example because J.K. Rowling's not immune to this. Having billions of dollars, if it were a complete switch to the social credit system, they would literally be able to say that the only way she can get credit is by giving away all of her money to the causes that they dictate. That would be the thing that they would agitate to bring into the system, which is that somehow your behavior as a citizen contributes to understanding how you are able to participate in the economy of that society, which in a broad principle sense isn't necessarily a horrible idea, but in the sense of the realities of life and how it can be abused, especially if a particular ideology is controlling what counts as earning social credit and what costs social credit, it becomes a very dangerous thing.
It would bring a new meaning to the word socioeconomic, I think.
Oh yeah, very much so.
So, but I do want to ask you just a little bit, if you could explain to listeners, I know Helen already did a few weeks ago, a little bit about just very briefly, the grievance studies, what you did.
So we saw a problem. We tried to comment on the problem the normal ways, and we got called racist, sexist, bad actors, far right, blah, 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 blah. So that didn't work. They just ignored us. And then we tried to invite conversations. Peter Bogosian working with us, but he kept inviting people from the gender studies department to come sit on stage and have a public conversation with him and with other relevant people. And eventually they reported him for harassment for inviting them to come participate. Even, they politely declined. He didn't make a big fuss about it. Nothing happened. And so he'd invite them again. Hey, we're doing another event. Why don't you come show up? Nope. And eventually they reported him to his university for harassment of women and minorities.
You know what's funny is that I don't know anything about this. I've never met him as well. But instantly I think probably a bad guy then because he was reported. And that's quite scary.
Yeah.
About just if somebody's...
That's how it works.
Yeah. I now think he might be a bad guy, even though I know that makes no sense because of what we've just spoken about for an hour.
Yeah. And so we were like, well, there's got to be something else. And so we started writing fake papers. And so what we actually started off doing, and it's very important to understand that there were actually two different things that we ended up doing, was trying to properly hoax the literature in these fields like gender studies, especially gender studies and masculinity studies. And our hoaxes did not work. We failed miserably at those. We failed for one of the journals finally wrote us back and told us why they weren't going to take the paper that was sent to them. And it was all the right reasons. It wasn't research. Shows no understanding of the literature, blah, blah, blah. All the right reasons. They're totally correct. So at that point, we had to change tack. And our new project was, let's understand what we're up against and see what we can get published and what license we can, take to make it funny and crazy and ridiculous.
Were you sat around like, how does this work? The three of you are sat in a pub having a few beers, and was it like exciting?
We weren't in a pub having a few beers because we're sprawled across 8 time zones, but we did have Peter's in Pacific time US and Helen's in UK time. It was Skype calls and phone calls and chatting in private text messages and laughing our heads off very frequently about the things we were going to try to do. And then immensely stressful and difficult reading and writing to try to make the papers come to life.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
It was an extraordinary amount of work. I mean, we wrote over 250,000 words of papers in 10 months at the academic level, paper level. And so it was an insane amount of work. We wrote them literally as fast as we could. I worked almost every minute I was awake on this stupid project. And in the end, it wasn't that stupid, though, because we ended up getting 7 of them accepted for publication. We had 7 more that were still under consideration that were not hoax papers. We got caught by the Wall Street Journal. Journalists started digging around because things started looking mysterious when the papers actually started coming out, and they're ridiculous. And one of the main criticisms, and I'm sure Helen would have told you this, that we were receiving was, we don't even know the fields that we're talking about. Well, you know what? We're going to go get our papers accepted enthusiastically by the highest level journals that will take them, including the leading feminist philosophy journal, Hypatia.
That was the one that was about you're not allowed to criticize any woke thought.
That's right. Yeah, you're not allowed to use humor against wokeness. You would definitely not be allowed to do a project of academic hoaxes. That would definitely not be okay.
This was quite postmodern, what you did.
Oh, yeah. Very. I told you, I like the postmodern art aesthetic.
I suppose some people saying, so what you showed up was that they're not being tight enough on what is okay for academic papers when we're talking about woke stuff, that they let anything go. Some critics have said that that would be the case for any backgrounds.
Right. So, I mean, they're not totally wrong that there are problems in knowledge production in all fields, and they're not wrong that those problems are problems and therefore they need to be addressed. They are wrong to criticize us for addressing one if all such problems that exist need to be addressed and we addressed one, then we did the thing that they're actually saying needs to be happening. Unless they're saying that we shouldn't address problems. What we showed was, again, two primary things. A lot of people think we showed that peer review and the whole academic standards in those fields is bullshit. We did not show that. We tried to show that and we failed to show that. It was first 6 papers we wrote, which are absolute hoaxes, did not succeed. These people know what they're talking about. They understand what they're doing. They understand the concepts that they're writing about very clearly. What we showed, therefore, is that the academic subculture in those fields thinks the stuff we wrote is good ideas. And that's a much more horrifying thing, because those things that we wrote are not good ideas. And we used leaps of logic. We used asinine invented data. Like that dog park data was transparently nonsense.
One of the issues with having a podcast is I tend to have people on whose views I agree with, because I want them to share it afterwards. So what I did after Helen's one is I spoke to a friend of mine in academia and I said, what would you have asked? She listened to it. So do you mind if I read out her criticism of the grievance studies?
Sure.
With the acknowledgement, it's not, these are not the views of me.
Yeah, distance yourself from that. Go ahead, you white supremacists.
Exactly, because I want you to share all this stuff. It really is nasty. It's bad faith. I also think...
Does she call Helen fat? I hope she calls Helen fat.
She does not. No, she's actually a really nice person, and I think she actually...
No, that's actually true usually.
Why would woke people call her fat? Like, that's not woke.
There's different types of woke. The mean ones definitely go after her for it constantly.
Okay, this person I know is actually not mean at all and is very level-headed, but is more towards the woke thing than I am and definitely than you are. But it really is nasty. It's bad faith. She obviously has this idea she's a great defender of free speech and quotes Milton. But what she's doing is going to undermine radical academic, scientific, and philosophical thought and discovery, because it's going to make editors and referees more cautious about publishing stuff that pushes the boundaries. So she may well be achieving the opposite of what she claims she wants. Years ago, when I used to work for an academic journal, I won't say which one, the editor told me he would sometimes override the views of the referees because they can be too cautious, and that he thought Einstein's theory of relativity would never have been published by a journal that didn't have an editor who was prepared to be brave and take risks.
I definitely like the idea of being brave and taking risks, but there's a total difference between taking risks and being too cautious on the other side of that, and having completely lost track of what epistemology and ethics actually are. Of course, we want to push the boundaries of current knowledge. Of course, we want to push the boundaries of the perspectives that, might be limited, that are preventing us from seeing that relativity theory is actually a better conception of the world than Newtonian mechanics.
I think one of her criticisms, and I think it's something that I've done before in my documentaries, where I've sort of led someone to believe, so for example, an abusive exorcist, I've led him to believe that I'm impressed by his powers or whatever because I'm trying to expose him for what he is actually doing with women and stuff, and for being a charlatan. It's what Sacha Baron Cohen does with Ali G and Borat and all of those things. And I suppose you guys were doing that. So, I mean, was there ever a feeling of like, there are real people whose careers could be a little bit ruined by this?
Oh God, yeah. I mean, luckily it's all on tape, and probably a lot of it will come out. I actually recorded myself struggling with this repeatedly. I never wanted it to be about the people. I actually, somebody asked me recently, Joe Rogan. It was Joe Rogan. I was on Joe Rogan's podcast. 2.5 million people have seen it. He asked me, something about how I felt about this with the woman who gave the dog park paper an award. And of course, I thought it was hilarious that it got an award and it was this monumental, happy thing. But at the same time, I felt horrible for the person.
Yeah.
I never wanted it to be about them. It was actually, for me, it's actually just about the epistemology and the ethics. But no, we should not step into sophistry, making things up, and so on. And that line actually is difficult to identify and navigate. But one clear, very clear, bright aspect of that line that everybody can see is that when a set of theories begins to publish arguments that are either utterly unfalsifiable, cannot even be disagreed with in principle, now you know you're dealing with a sophist. No academic journal has the responsibility to advance thinking, to be academically so free that they're promoting that. And if you want, we can start. Privilege preserving epistemic pushback. We thought that was so funny. Ha ha ha. Allison Bailey, 2017, published in Hypatia, leading feminist philosophy journal. Allison Bailey's argument is that when people try to criticize social justice scholarship, as she phrases it, you can't disagree. And she goes further to say that the reason that people disagree, so now she's in their psychology, the reason they disagree is because they have privilege and they wish to preserve their privilege. You see this in Barbara Applebaum. It's called Being White Being Good, or Being Good Being White. I forget which way it goes. I get it backwards every time.
Yeah, and white fragility as well.
Well, white fragility arose out of Applebaum's Being White Being Good. She makes very clearly the argument, there's only one way that's legitimate to disagree with social justice scholarship, which is to ask questions for further clarification until you agree. Everything else is illegitimate. This is not philosophy at this point. You are no longer doing philosophy when it can't be disagreed with. And again, you brought up white fragility. That's the third example we give at the end of chapter 8. And very explicitly, she extends the idea to the level that's preposterous. If you're accused of racism as a white person, or even of white fragility itself, white people become psychologically, again, in their heads, become uncomfortable with race. They don't have the racial stamina or the racial humility to engage with race honestly. And so they then deploy a series of rhetorical strategies. In other words, they're just talking themselves out of a corner. That's what white fragility is. It's a deployment of those. And those rhetorical strategies include disagreeing, becoming emotional, crying. If you read White Fragility, the book, chapter 11 is White Woman's Tears. Going away, staying silent, refusing to participate. You have no options except to agree that you are a racist and that you are showing white fragility, or else you're showing white fragility. This is sophistry. This is not philosophy. You, again, have an unfalsifiable situation. You said you're a Jew, so if I say something and you say that offends me as a Jew, the hell can I say? I have no options. And if we have to take that at face value, that I've now participated in a global system of anti-Semitism.
I tend to agree with you. I would never want to say to someone, set them up in that Kafka trap or it's catch-22 of saying, hang on, I'm Jewish, I'm offended or whatever. But what starts to happen is I hang around with a lot of people who are very, very woke and who talk endlessly about microaggressions and safe spaces and all these things. And I don't know if you agree, but Helen was talking about how Jews have been kicked out of the woke pyramid. The very people.
It's bad. You guys are in a bad place.
And it's okay. I don't need to be a big victim. It's fine. I got a lot of other privileges or whatever. I'm speaking like them now. God.
You might end up being a big victim and it won't be fine, but hopefully not.
But what I mean is, like, the very people who are talking to me about microaggressions and all these things will then say when I'm about to pay for the bill, Jewish, you're stingy, but you're not going to pay, are you? Or something like that. Which from anybody else, I'd be like, oh, all right, okay, yeah, you got me. But from these people who are so sensitive to every other minority's, like, whatever, that's when I do get really wound up. I stop speaking to those people because I just think I can't. If your mind can't understand that one thing is like the other, then I just don't even want to hang around with you anymore.
Yeah, the picture for Jews, particularly white Jews, is, as there's often described in critical race theory, is not a pretty one. It's not pretty. Like this, we start talking about dark stuff. This is dark stuff. Because the problem for you, my friend, looking at you, and that's enough, is that you have white privilege. But you can also, the second you get pressed on your privilege, you can claim, hold on, I'm a Jew, Holocaust, I'm oppressed, I'm a minority. And you have a shield where you no longer the theory says you have a shield where you don't have to engage with your white privilege because you have Jewish oppression. And that's totally illegitimate. And it gets you out of having to do the anti-racism work. So now what the theory posits is that Jews become like super white people who have all the white privilege plus tons of access to the status and resources in society, but no obligation to do the work that they're demanding. And so you become like the supervillain.
Super white.
If whiteness is the power of the enemy, Jews have because of the Holocaust and, essentially 4,000 years or 5,000 years, however long it's been, of basically getting fucked over by history everywhere you turn. They have this, oppression trump card they can throw down. And so you become literally like the supervillain of the story. And when Jews become the supervillain of an ideological narrative that's gaining social and cultural hegemony, it ain't good. That's dark times. That's like canary in the coal mine stuff for me. I'm like, we've seen this before. Yeah. This is not good. And so you have, I don't want to get you pissed off at your friends or whatever, but you do have your instinct there, your moral intuition that something's deeply wrong with that is correct. I'm all about making jokes.
Yeah.
And everybody making jokes back and forth at each other. Because I think that's actually this part of the solution to this problem. I think that's how friends interact with one another. It's how you navigate difference in a usually fun, occasionally it slips and messes up, but in a relatively safe way. Because, you can trust that your friends in this situation don't really mean it. And they're testing to see how you're going to react to the little joke. And can you take it in good humor? And if you can take things in good humor, now there's a discussion. I'm actually a huge proponent of not racist, but yes, racial jokes, because they actually soften the relationship across that difference. And they're funny. I mean, it's actually easy to be funny. Like I have many, many friends who are Jewish who stress the ish. I don't know if you do that. Well, I'm not Jewish. I'm Jewish.
Well, yeah, when you're an atheist, it's a funny thing because so many Jewish people are atheists. I'm a devout atheist, if you can be one. And
sure. So you're Jewish.
Yeah, I don't even have many Jewish friends or anything like that. I just become a little bit aware when all this stuff, like you said, is happening. I become a bit like, oh God, what's happening? I mean, because I know that if Hitler were around today, me saying I'm an atheist is not really enough.
When the joke against you is okay, but no jokes against us or whatever are acceptable, now you've got the seeds for something really, really ugly to develop. I mean, that's where real oppression rather than made up oppression starts to exist.
Bloody hell.
Bloody hell. Is that a saying on your island?
I think you're aware that it is because you've used a few British idioms.
Well, I read all of the Harry Potters a bunch of times. And
is that what this is really about? It's just J.K. Rowling fans versus non-J.K. Rowling fans? Because I love her.
I love her too. I think she's great. No, because I don't know. It's like there's this whole category of people who are like the biggest J.K. Rowling fan, mostly girls, in the history of humanity, who have like now burned all their memorabilia.
Yeah. I mean, burning books has never been. I mean, it's like you haven't picked up a history book. If you think it's burning books, people at Hachette wanted to do that or to stop the publication of her children's books. And like throughout history, that's never been a good sign. How can you think you're on the good side?
It's not a good sign.
What did you say before? I think you said bollocks. Did you say bollocks?
Bollocks. Yeah, I did. I mean, I like bollocks. Yeah. I didn't call anybody. Yeah, I got you with that one. I didn't call anybody a wanker. I didn't call anybody, you guys have the best, like from an American perspective, your little insults are just so like funny.
There's been a running joke on the podcast because my dad listens and he doesn't like that I swear.
I mean, that's the thing though, right? Is like with the humor that we're talking about, everybody's okay with somebody being a git, but nobody wants anybody to be a wanker. It's very straightforward, right? There's a line between git and wanker. And if you understand that, then you can make the joke.
I haven't heard git in years.
It's all over in Harry Potter.
Is it git? Oh, you know what? Ron must say it. I'm sure Ron says it.
The Weasleys, yeah. You're the world's biggest git. That's Percy Weasley. He's the world's biggest git.
Thanks for listening. I think if you're a fan of James's, in which case you're familiar with all the jargon, the episode was hopefully enlightening and entertaining. If not, then I hope some of his ideas made sense. It may also be that you found he goes a bit too far. He is quite aggressive and confident in the way he speaks, a little like Jordan Peterson or Christopher Hitchens. And we don't all have to agree about everything. I'm not sure, for example, that I've seen enough evidence to suggest most woke people do intend to allow paedophilic relations. And a race war seems some way off, for British listeners at least. But maybe it doesn't seem that way in the States, where things seem to be heating up. Let me know what you thought. Get in touch. Tag me on Twitter and Instagram, AndrewGold_OK. I always get back to people who are asking questions and making comments, and I love hearing from listeners. There are now thousands of listeners, which is really something amazing, something I didn't expect to happen so quickly. So thank you for tuning in and sticking with the podcast. It's on most podcast platforms, but Spotify have asked that I say, simply search for On the Edge with Andrew Gold on Spotify to listen free.
There were only 10 cases of bigamy in the year before mine. And they were all sort of cases where people just didn't bother getting divorced before they got married again. So it's just quite a rare thing. Bigamy was actually the nicest thing he did. And it's a slight red herring because, you think of a bigamist as being somebody that loved two women. Actually, it's completely the opposite. He doesn't love any of them.
One day, as she was on her way to take the kids out the house, Mary Turner Thompson received a phone call that was about to turn her life upside down. The woman on the other end was her husband Will Jordan's other wife. Now, I'm barely scratching the surface in this intro, as I think she tells it best, and I'd also really like you to get hold of her book, The Bigamist. But she agrees it's not a spoiler to tell you that Will is a psychopath. He had at least 2 wives and 5 fiancées while with her. Those are just the ones Mary knows about, as well as more than a dozen children. He explained his long absences by saying that he was a spy and went to extraordinary lengths to prove it. He mutilated parts of his own body to show he'd been out fighting a secret war and appeared to get old friends to collude in his lies, calling Mary on the phone and appearing to be part of his life in the secret services. Will was imprisoned but is now out doing his psychopath stuff to other unsuspecting victims. It's just about the craziest story I've ever heard, and you're about to hear some of the most unbelievable parts about the ways he managed to extract money from her and the other women in his life. In the aftermath, Mary wrote The Bigamist, detailing the whole saga, and has just written a follow-up called The Psychopath, where she goes into more detail about what it is to be one. So get hold of that in March when it comes out. Until then, you can satiate your psycho desire with my earlier podcast with Emmy Thomas, who is one herself. Mary's story was also the inspiration for the psychopath test by John Ronson, who toured with her afterwards. By the way, I've been asking people to review, and this week people started kicking off at me going, "There's nowhere to review!" So I realised you can actually only do that on Apple Podcasts. But whichever platform you use, please subscribe and check out the videos I post to Twitter and Instagram. My account is AndrewGold_OK on both social platforms. Next week we'll hear from politician and journalist, he's actually a lord, Daniel Finkelstein. But now it's Mary, and she's having one of those days.
I'm having one of those days.
Oh, come now. What was well, it doesn't matter what the issue was, does it?
No, it's been one of those days. It started off with my son, who's only 3 days back at school, saying he's lost his sense of smell and taste.
Oh my God.
He's not feverish or anything. He's got a little bit of a sore throat.
Okay.
But otherwise, it's probably a cold.
Yeah.
But we had to go get him tested and stuff this morning. So I've been running around like going one place and then the other back and headless chicken kind of thing.
Maybe it's a passive aggressive way of saying he doesn't like your cooking.
It would be, except that we had takeout last night.
What was it?
Oh, just fish and chips.
I didn't hear that.
Oh.
Please say that again.
Who's that?
Echo, shut up.
Have you called it fish and chips or something?
No, it's called Echo. So I don't know why it's...
Yeah. What are the hand marks behind you on the door?
They're bloody handprints. It's from a Halloween party.
Yeah.
And that used to be my office, but my 21-year-old daughter's in there now because during lockdown, the whole family's here. Yeah, that's now her bedroom, and she's into horror stuff, so we kept it. It's quite appropriate every time I'm talking to somebody.
Especially when I've read a book about a psychopath.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Is that picture on the front cover, is that you of the book?
No, but people actually often ask that because it's the same colour eyes.
Yeah.
But no, I wish. No, that's not me.
Just some model.
That's the old book, which actually came off It's been unpublished today.
What do you mean?
This one is the new one. They wanted the old book to come off the platform before so they've got pre-orders now for the new version. It was self-published the last 3 years, and I've sold over 50,000 copies in that time. And just to give you context, if you sell more than 5,000 copies, you're a bestseller.
Right.
So it's it's pretty good.
Was it selling as many when it was with Random House as well?
It got to number 1 in the Kindle charts in the USA in 2011.
Okay.
So it was in fact, it was Random House's biggest ebook seller, as far as I'm aware, for that month, that year, which is pretty spectacular considering we're talking Random House here.
Yeah. Do you read the reviews on Goodreads? I imagine every author does.
Yeah. I read them on Amazon as well. You get the people who are empathic, who say, "Oh yes, I understand exactly how she felt" and stuff like that. Yeah. And then you get the people who are really quite unempathic, who go, how could anyone be so stupid? And you know, sort of like, I didn't understand people were so gullible. The truth of the matter is that the people who get caught by psychopaths are the empaths. Yeah. So they will understand it more. Yeah. But the people who are unempathic will be the ones that don't get caught by the psychopaths anyway. Yeah. Because when a psychopath tests the water and they say, "Oh, I've had such a terrible childhood," for instance. Yep. You know, the people that are empathic will go, "Oh, they're there," and they're identifying themselves as a mark because of it. Yeah. Whereas the people who are unempathic will never get caught by them, because when somebody says, "Oh, I've had a terrible childhood," they go, "Deal with it." Yeah. So they don't become the victims in the first place. So they don't ever get why somebody would be a victim.
I think I understand totally how that could happen, because you just don't expect anybody to lie ever. I never think anyone's lying. And then other people who are a bit more cynical will go like, that wasn't the truth. And I think, well, maybe it was. I lied once to my girlfriend. I was out with like a couple of friends, a guy and a girl, and the guy left after like half an hour. And for some reason, I just felt like, because the next couple hours I was out, it was just me and this woman, that when she said, "So how was it, my girlfriend?" I said like, "Oh yeah, great. Just, the three of us hanging out for a few hours." Because I just didn't want to bring up that there were two, at any point, obviously nothing was happening. And she's not even a jealous girlfriend at all. And I just said, yeah, it was just, three of us having a good chat, nothing untoward. And she said, "Oh, so how was it with the guys?" And I said, "Yeah, good. He was there the whole time, was he?" And I said, "Yeah." And she's like, "Because I've just seen he was on Instagram and he's been out everywhere. He's just been out doing whatever he was doing." So I was caught instantly. The one time I lied, instantly caught.
She knew before she asked the question, yes.
Yeah, and that's the difference between somebody, reading your book, this is somebody who's able to keep up not just millions of lies with you, but lies with multiple other women at the same time. It takes a real type of genius. Yeah. And also I give myself away as soon as I start lying. I blush. I'm so...
have an emotional response to your lies.
Yeah.
Which is what psychopaths don't have, which is why they're so good at it.
Insane. So for people who haven't yet read the book, it's an exhilarating read, especially for someone interested in sort of psychopaths and how they work. Yeah. You've probably told the story so many times, but would you be able to sort of give a brief rundown?
Sure. It's not a brief story type thing, but yeah. I met Will Jordan in the year 2000, online dating, brand new technology that it was at the time. And I always think the funniest thing is that my friend said, "You must try this newfangled thing called online dating. What could possibly go wrong?" And I talk about famous last words. But yeah, so we met, we started dating. Things started to be a bit odd, but he managed to explain them by the fact that he worked for the intelligence services, not as a spy, but as an IT guy, one of the background guys, and proved to me that he was actually working for the intelligence services as well. And we miraculously had a child and then another child because he believed he was infertile. And then in 2004, he was trying to get out. We got married in 2002, and then he tried to get out of the CIA in 2004. Things started to go spectacularly wrong. We started to have unsavories, find out where we lived, and we're threatening our lives if we didn't come up with money to pay them off. And then in 2006, discovered that he was actually a bigamist and a con man and a psychopath who was actively impregnating women to rip them off for money, and I was one of them. Is that a good summary?
It's quite concise and brief, actually. It was good. Usually when you ask people in interviews to do anything like that, they'll talk for half an hour and you're thinking, oh, God, how am I going to edit this?
And that's your whole podcast.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. Oh, God. I try not to have a really long one because some podcasts are like 3 hours long. And this, I just think people are not going to. So it's what's interesting about the way you tell it, and it's how you tell it in the book as well, is you tell it without revealing that those things are not necessarily true. You let the reader into your mind as it was in that moment. So you say he was working in the CIA.
I tell people from the very beginning that it is actually a con, but then I go back and sort of say, one of the things I was trying to do was to show people how the con works.
I think that's the only way it would have worked. Yeah, the way you did it, I think it was great.
Yeah. So it's just really, it's not so much about the fact that it is a surprise that he's a con man, but it's actually the fact that how it works, and that the psychopath goes a step further, because now with that sort of zooming out hindsight vision I now have, and now that I'm fully recovered, because I wrote The Bigamist immediately after it all happened. Yeah. So I was still traumatized at the time, but now, sort of now with this little distance, this sort of 14 years distance, I can now understand how I became a victim, and the language that he used as well to manipulate me, and how psychopaths in general work and why they're so charming, and, so etc. All the things I now know about psychopaths and psychopathy. But also, he was then, sort of like out from jail and back in the USA and targeting more victims. So there's all sorts of other stories as well that were coming out of the psychopath. Yeah. But it's like now, when I read The Bigamist, it seems really basic. Really? Because of the knowledge I have now about psychopathy, yeah.
I think that works as well.
When I was listening to your podcast from Emmy Thomas, I thought that's, absolutely. She's just,
I'm interested in your view on her, actually, because quite a lot of people got in touch saying, I don't think she's a psychopath at all. She doesn't seem like a psychopath. She's just somebody with low empathy like I have. And a lot of friends of mine said they were like a bit like that. And I thought, oh, God, but I don't think they would push down an animal into a pool like she did to a possum. Yeah. What did you think about her then?
I think she is a psychopath. Not all psychopaths are terrible people. I know that sounds a weird thing to say, but just because you have no empathy and just because you have no guilt and remorse doesn't mean you do actually have to go out and cause harm to people. It just means that you can. You have that facility without having any internal combustion that's going to stop you. It's like I couldn't ever hold an animal underwater. I couldn't ever hurt a person or an animal. I can't watch those memes that my children watch. The ones where people are skateboarding and then they fall and they land on their backs and they think it's hysterically funny. Yeah. I wince, I hurt. I feel physical pain when I see someone do that. I did an empathy test. So you can do a psychopathy test, but you can also do an empathy test. And it was a revelation to me that there is, for normal people, there's a scale of empathy as well. Yeah. And I score very, very highly on the empathy test. And it's like that's why I became so fascinated by the fact that psychopaths and empaths, the polar opposites, actually, that they become their victims.
Yeah, I think if you're too empathetic, and you become a bit neurotic.
No, because you can be empathic without having anxiety or anything.
I sort of see Woody Allen at one side of it and a psychopath at the other.
Oh, Woody Allen. Oh, yeah. Let's talk John Ronson instead.
Yeah, he's an easier topic, isn't he?
John has such high, because he has an anxiety, his amygdala fires. He sort of worries about what people are thinking and sort of all sorts of things. But he has high empathy, but he also has high anxiety. As I know John personally quite well, and he and I did a radio show because he again read my book and he became fascinated by psychopaths and went off and wrote a book called The Psychopath Test because of it.
Oh, was it because of that? I didn't realise that.
Yes. My claim to fame is not my own book, but the fact that I inspired John Ronson to write The Psychopath Test. And he's very kindly actually attributed that to me when he's been interviewed. But he and I actually did a live show called The Psychopath Nights, where we were touring the whole of the UK and Ireland and stuff. And we had great fun. 3 years in a row, we did a 2-week show.
Wow. I'm a big fan of his. Was that fun?
Oh, it was brilliant fun. He's exactly the same off stage than he is on. But absolutely great. Brilliant. I could listen to him every night, 2 weeks, 3 years in a row, telling the same stories, and I would laugh my socks off every night in the wings. He's utterly brilliant.
He's got a great voice.
Yeah, he's just superb.
Yeah.
But yeah, he I would say, he's kind of polar opposite because he has high empathy, but he also has high anxiety. So I have high empathy, but I don't have anxiety.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm mentally healthy enough that I know I can't watch these memes where people hurt themselves. So I don't.
Yeah.
So I don't get anxious or worried about it. I just don't.
Yeah.
So,
My stepmother can't eat like Easter eggs because they've got like funny faces on them and ducks and stuff like that.
Oh, I'm not that far. But if I can't, I'm not a vegetarian, but I can't eat meat if I think about an animal when I'm doing it.
God, right, yeah, that's why I became a vegetarian, and it wasn't. So I'm a vegetarian, but not because I'm one of these people going, pollution and all this. None of that. It was just that my mind kept thinking about the animal, and I just thought,
I go through phases of vegetarianism.
Yeah.
I like meat, and etc. I like the taste of it.
Yeah.
So it's like I can kind of ignore it, but then I go through phases, and just having this conversation probably means I'll go vegetarian anyway for a while.
Well, yeah, because the thing is, I don't know if you're the same as me, but you end up realizing that you've been eating meat all these years and not fully enjoying it because there's a little thing at the voice at the back of your head going, ignore it. And I just thought, you know what? I'll just have some falafel then.
Yeah, yeah, so true.
God.
So there you go. That is the key point of an empath, though. It wasn't your pet that you're eating, but you're empathizing with it so much that it affects you personally and your decisions and your choices you make in life. So you think of the opposite scale of that. You have a psychopath. A psychopath doesn't care about even the people around them. They could quite happily eat them for dinner without any kind of emotional response. It's like they don't, because that could cause them to go to jail for quite a long time. One of the things I was going to say, one of the best ways to describe empathy, psychopathy to people is that most people who drive, do you drive?
Yes.
Have you ever got a parking ticket?
Yes.
Okay. So see, when you got that parking ticket, were you annoyed?
Yeah, I was livid.
Right. But you broke the law.
Yeah, but the law isn't morality, is it?
It's not morality, but no, but I'm using it as an example. Okay.
Yeah.
So people, when they get a ticket on their car for parking illegally, get very annoyed and actually quite irritated. And it shouldn't really apply to them. It's they understand it's a law, but it shouldn't apply to you because you didn't know any better. Yeah. But in fact, when you're driving in another country, I'm not being nasty to you. I'm just using an example.
No, go on. Tear me apart.
But that's the law. You're supposed to know the law, right?
Yeah,
so you got the ticket and you learn the lesson and you don't do it again, right? That's how a psychopath feels about murder. That's how a psychopath feels about rape.
Okay.
They know it's illegal, but it shouldn't really apply to them.
Well, so this guy, Will, he was looking for people often who had children, sort of single mothers. What's the reason for that?
When you are a young, free and single young lady looking for a guy, you tend to go more for the bad boys. You tend to go more for the cool guys or things like that. When you have a child already, especially a small child, you're looking for a very different type of guy. You're looking for somebody who's stable, who can be a good father to your child, who can be supportive, who can be, it makes it easier for him to target. You're also usually more empathic if you're a mum, and you're also more time deprived. You're also less likely to drop everything and chase him around the country because you're tied to one spot because you have a child. So there's all sorts of benefits to him to target a single mum as opposed to just a single lady. So most of his victims, most of them, not all, already had a child.
Why did he want to keep marrying everyone? It just seems like The Bigamist is such a funny, I guess it's an interesting title of a book. And you were saying that, I think the judge said at one point, like it was so rare to find these kinds of cases of bigamy. Your case is like totally unique ever, almost. Bigamy, it's just so weird because I get that someone would want to go around ripping people off. I get that they might want to go, having affairs and sex and things. But what is this marriage thing?
He was engaged to 5 people. At the same time as being married to 2 that I know of. Let's always add the that I know of at the end of every sentence. So I know so he has 14 children that I know of. Wow. It's that is going to be the tip of the iceberg because those are the ones I found. So of all those that I know, in 2005 he had 2 wives and 5 fiancés, and that's the ones I know of. All right. So but he married me, I think, because it was getting to the stage that he either had to. Or he saw me as a cash cow, not only because I had property. So, I didn't have £200,000 lying around in the bank. I had a flat.
Yeah.
that I was, a 2-bedroom flat in a decent area, which I sold to raise £165,000. I had a life insurance policy. I had various things. But I think what he really saw as the cash cow is that my parents had a nice property. And, that was something that he could tap into,
right.
Had they, so once they passed away, which unfortunately they both have now.
Sorry to hear that.
That was going to, that I think he was looking at going, that's where the money's that's where the big money's going to come from.
So it's so insane though, because it seems like this desperate way of sneaking around and just like trying to get more and more money out of people. And if he had just applied what appeared to be, from what I've read, he seemed to be a genius. If he just applied that to a normal job, it'd have made twice the money without wouldn't have been in prison. He wouldn't have had any of the concerns.
Yeah, his skills in IT, I now know, which I didn't when I was biggest, weren't as good as they appeared. He was very good at selling himself as an IT person. And I mean, he was doing a job for a while we were married. He was doing a job where he was earning £10,000 a month for a big software company to do coding for them for a new software package that they were doing. And he worked for them for 6 months, charging them for all his time. And produced nothing, absolutely nothing. And as far as the company were concerned, they just wrote it off and just said, But I mean, that was at least £60,000 that it took from them, And there was various other people. So he's very good at saying, "Oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming." And the nice thing about IT is it takes a while for these people to develop these programs, so they don't notice that nothing is happening for a little while. So that in itself was a con. The things about, there were things that he did, like he could play the piano. I used to play concerts when I was 11. So I got a degree in piano, in music, with sort of majoring in the piano. And, so I was quite a good pianist. And so I made him sit down at my piano and play. And he did, and he played better than I did. He played a bit of jazz and a bit of classical and then a bit of pop, he played a few bars of each one, really, really well. And then, but it turns out he can't play at all. He can only play the first few bars of 3 or 4 different types of things.
Oh, really? So he just did that? You didn't ask him how to play a bit more, will you?
No, he got shy after that and said, no, I'm not very good. No, I can't do that.
Oh my God. So it's all just part of the... But if he applied that kind of time that he'd spent learning those first few bars to actually being a pianist, it seems like he could do it. What about the 9 languages he said he spoke?
Oh, no, just phrases. My sister lives in Japan. She's married to a Japanese man. She has 2 Eurasian children. She's got a house there and speaks fluent Japanese.
Okay.
He told me he lived in Japan for 2 years. And it took, sort of like, so he was fluent in Japanese before he realized my sister lived there. They kept not meeting each other. Whenever she was home, he was away, So they only met when our first daughter was born. And we had, so I think Ailey was about 6 months old.
Okay.
So she was in a high chair at the table. And one day, we went to my parents for lunch and my sister was there. I hadn't told them she was going to be there. So we arrived, pitched up, had lunch. And my sister, she's very, very suspicious of everybody, my eldest sister.
Yeah.
So she was like, I'm gonna ask him a question and just see whether he can speak Japanese. And so we're all sitting there and, sitting around this table at lunch with my child in the high chair and my other child sitting in the chair beside me. And she asked the question and she didn't get an answer, but she didn't know why. And after the book was written, everything else, this comes into the psychopath. After the book was written, we sat down and we had a conversation and she said, what happened? Because I know I asked him the question. I remember asking him the question, but she didn't remember getting an answer. But she also didn't remember thinking he can't speak Japanese.
Oh.
We actually worked it out. We sat there and we talked. And that was the time that Ailey managed to kick over her high chair. She hit her head on the floor, screaming everything, picking up the child, looking after the child. Everything calmed down. And shortly after that, after everything calmed down, we finished lunch, but Will went off back to work.
Oh, my God.
He kicked over his own child's high chair to avoid answering the question.
That's insane. So but this guy, this is like genius, I suppose, in a way, because I guess maybe it's not genius. Maybe it's just things, it wouldn't even be on your mind, your radar.
No, it's genius, but it doesn't cross your mind ever. This humble, loving, such a nice guy that he comes across like, and he really does come across as a really nice guy. And me not knowing about psychopaths, it wasn't an option. It wasn't something to go. And we were going, how on earth, did she manage to do that? Because the legs of the chair, they're designed so that children can't do that. So he is a genius. He is a genius, but he's a genius when it's like an evil genius. I don't believe that people who are psychopaths are evil. All right. So he is just the product of his nature. It's not personal what he's doing. That's just what he is. No more than a cat chasing mice or birds is evil. It's just doing what it is in its nature.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. This is Jillian with Court Junkie. Court Junkie is a true crime podcast that covers court cases and criminal trials using audio clips and interviews with people close to the cases. Court Junkie is available on Apple Podcasts and podcastone.com.
Call from a person presumed nice until proven naughty.
Santa Claus is locked up, and I'm going to get him out. My name's Richie Buck. I'm an amateur podcaster and investigator. If you like true crime, feelings of the holidays, and I ain't just talking about Christmas, and satire, well, Santa may be a criminal, just might be for you. Listen and subscribe now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Ho, ho.
21-year-old UMass student Maura Murray disappeared after crashing her car on a hairpin turn in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. This is the mystery that sparked a cultural obsession.
Missing Maura Murray is the definitive podcast on the case.
Dig deep with hosts Tim Polari and Lance Reen-Sierna as they parse fact from conspiracy and fight to gain closure.
Search Missing Maura Murray wherever you listen to podcasts.
And be warned, you too may become obsessed.
Emmy Thomas, the woman who was on here, the psychopath who came on the show, she seemed to suggest that there was a mixture of nature and nurture, that it's like you're born with the potential to become a psychopath, and then if you're not sort of brought up with love and empathy, because you can be taught empathy. I think in Denmark they teach empathy at schools.
The term psychopath and sociopath are both layman's terms. The actual diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder, that is what is listed in the DSM-5. So psychopath and sociopath as terms have kind of evolved and changed over the years. What the current state of thinking is that a psychopath is somebody who is born and a sociopath is someone who is made. Psychopathy is a lack of chemical empathic response in your brain. So you have a couple of points in your brain that if I snap my finger and went crack in front of you, you wince.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like your eyes would crinkle. And it's because you feel a physical chemical empathic response inside your brain. It's like it lights up. You can see it on an MRI, in fact. Huh. And it's like, to us, that is, you show us pictures of puppies being battered, that lights up, even just saying it. If you see a child running and they fall over and skin their knee, it lights up. How much it lights up depends on your empathic response. Psychopaths are born without that, so they don't have that chemical response. Sociopaths are born with it, but because they have a lack of connection, love, etc., within the first 5 years of their lives, it doesn't develop. By the time they are 6, 7, 8 years old, it's exactly the same thing. So although you can feel sorry for sociopaths because they have been made, usually by other sociopaths or other psychopaths, but psychopaths are born that way, in which case you can feel sorry for them too. I do feel sorry for them. They have a personality disorder, which means that they are different to society. If we could diagnose children as psychopathic, if we took away that kind of psychopath, right? Because you say the word psychopath, people freak out.
Yeah.
Because they're thinking, stabbing, murdering serial killers. But if you think about 1% of society are psychopaths, that's 1 in 100 people are out and out psychopaths, not on the scale. They are the ones who score the maximum score on the psychopath test. So there's up to 15% are on that spectrum. And that's far too many people just to go, oh, we should imprison them. They're people, they're part of our population. And if we could identify them younger, we could help their parents, support them to bring them up as good role models, good members of society. Just because they don't have that chemical empathic response doesn't mean they don't have to have a good moral code. And there'll be a lot of people in society who, don't have empathy, but live absolutely within the boundaries. The most dangerous thing about a psychopath is they get incredibly bored. We as empaths have reward structures. I get a hug from my kid That's a massive reward structure for me, because I get that flood of emotion. I get that flood of being loved and loving someone else, and psychopaths don't have that. They don't have that reward structure.
Yeah.
So to them, the only things that reward them are money, sex, and power.
If it is a mixture of nature and nurture, are you ever concerned about the children you had with him, that they might go that way?
Yeah, I've been through that. I've been through it. I'm not concerned now. But as they were growing up, I was kind of looking and checking signs and stuff. And, all children go through stages where they get a little bit selfish,
They're all selfish. Kids are incredibly selfish. Even up to, I would say, 23 or 24 years old. Are they not?
Everybody is, yeah.
When you wrote of sort of discovering new victims that he had, gave you some comfort, I think, firstly, to realize that, you weren't being stupid or anything, because he was getting everyone. So there was nothing about you. It was just that the way he was doing it. Was there a tiny, tiny bit of, with each new person you discovered, did you feel a little bit like it spread the love that you now know wasn't there, spread it even thinner each time, and your memories were even thinner? Was there any case of that?
No, not really. When I found out the truth about him, my life was so bad. It was so scary, and I'd lost everything. I'd lost all the money that I had saved up. I'd lost my flat. I'd lost my, I'd lost everything, basically. But I was still living in fear. And though I was still being told that these shadowy people were going to kidnap the kids and rip bits of them and send them through the post to us unless we came up with more money. And, he was trying to get me to borrow money off my family. And, sort of like, and I'd drawn a line at that point, and I just went, no, I'm no more. And, we're not even touching on the whole, he's a sex offender thing, because that just takes us down a whole nother, I knew the relationship had to end. Even though I was still with him, I still believed him. I still absolutely believed his job, and I still believed he would never be unfaithful to me, etc. But I knew the relationship had to end, because I wouldn't, allow my children to be taken away from me. By the time I got the phone call from the other wife and finding out that it was just him, that there weren't these shadowy people that were going to come after us, that in fact that was just him. He'd done it all. It was actually a massive relief. And it was actually a kind of, there aren't people coming to kill me or to hurt my children.
Wow.
So it's just him. So it was like realizing that you're in love with Captain Jack Sparrow instead of Johnny Depp. The person that I loved didn't actually exist. Yeah. So I didn't feel that kind of, every time I found out about another victim, I didn't feel like what he and I had was spread any thinner, which is what you were asking.
Yeah.
It was just, it was kind of holy cow, that there's another person, and there's this person, and there's that person. The amount of victims that came out the woodwork that we discovered, and the amount of children, because for a man who told me when I first met him that he was infertile, I found 10 children. Was it 10 or 11 by the end of The Bigamist? Yeah. I now know 14. So the youngest is just turned a year old.
Oh my God, so he's still at it the whole time.
Oh yes, still at it. But, you'll never stop. It's like saying, as I say, you put a cat in a cage saying, don't chase mice. You let it out of the cage again. It's going to chase mice. It doesn't matter what you say to it. That's what it does in its nature. So he won't change. He never will.
Do you think he takes everyone to the Phantom of the... He takes everybody on the same date, apparently, to the Japanese restaurant and the Phantom of the Opera. Do you think the Phantom of the Opera was about the whole mask thing, and he enjoyed the fact that he was wearing a mask?
I think he really likes it. I think he liked the music. But I also, I think it made it easy for him, because we were referring to, I possibly with one relationship, he referred to going on a date to something. And the person went, no, we didn't. Which would make it difficult, So the fact that he took us all to the same thing meant that, he had those points that he could talk about without actually having to worry about it.
How boring for him to watch the same thing over and over again.
I don't know. I mean, you think about the Phantom of the Opera, it's about one man controlling one woman. Yeah. And I think he was secretly sitting in the audience going, ha, look, I've got another one.
And the mask thing as well. He's wearing a mask and he's controlling a woman.
Yeah.
What a sneaky guy.
I think there was a kind of one-upmanship to him, taking all these different women to the same thing. And honestly, when we walked into the Japanese restaurant and the Japanese staff recognized him, and he introduced me as his wife or whatever, and he said, "Oh, it was my wife," And I was just like, "How do they all know you?" And he said, "Oh, because I come in quite a lot." he didn't explain to me that he came in with lots of different women.
Yeah, he enjoyed playing with fire, I suppose.
Boredom thing.
Do you think that someone as manipulative as him, so he had to find a way to really get to know you and manipulate you? Do you think in many ways he knows you better than anyone does, or better than you know yourself?
I think he did. I think one of the new victims in America, we managed to set up with hidden cameras. It's so delicious.
Wow.
So she found out the truth, but didn't tell him she knew. She said she knew a little bit, but she didn't explain to him that she knew as much as she did, because she talked to me, the other wife, various other people. She knew the whole picture, but she kept the relationship going. And we actually set her up with hidden cameras. So she had a button cam and a bag cam, and she went and she took him to a Dunkin' Donuts in America and sat him down and said, right, I know everything. You need to tell me your version, so I can decide what to do. So he gave her a whole version on camera. After the whole thing, he actually kind of did say, he realized he messed with the wrong woman when he messed with me.
Oh, wow.
I did kind of think, yes.
But isn't that him just trying to tell her that you were out to get him? You had a vendetta against him?
During that whole monologue that he gave her, he told her that I was complicit and I was left with multiples of 7 figures to look after the children, and that I'd benefited from everything. And, I'd written the book to try as a red herring to try and point people in the other direction, and I think that I wasn't actually involved, whereas was, and that I knew he was married the whole time, and that it was all, et cetera, et cetera. It was all loadable. But I mean, you listen to it. If you listen to it, you'd be sitting there going, maybe he is telling the truth.
Yeah.
Because he does it with such calmness and such, seems to be so open, and But I actually, in the Psychopath, I have the transcript of the video. And I'm actually analysing his language.
Interesting.
And analysing and the techniques he's using to actually manipulate.
Have you ever been approached by sort of TV or film or anything for the book?
Watch this space.
Really?
Yeah.
Stuff happening?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Potentially a documentary series.
Mm-hmm.
The film rights to the book have never been in my possession for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
So there's been film company after film company been trying to work on a treatment for it to get, and several times it's got to the point of, yes, we're going to make a film, or we're going to make a drama and everything else, and then something changes. The BBC, for instance, at one point they were going to make a TV drama called State of Betrayal, which I thought was a great name.
Yeah.
But then the day before they started filming, the head of drama changed from being this woman who was really interested in the idea to this guy who said, and I quote, "I don't get it."
What?
So I've been through this 6 or 7 times of nearly doing it and coming back, nearly doing it and coming back. It would make such a great film. But yeah, they're talking about potentially a documentary series.
Okay.
There's a television series called Don't Fuck with Cats.
Yes.
So I'd like to see it as something like that.
It might be complicated because he's a real person still around who hasn't killed anyone.
But we have criminal convictions against him. Quite a few, actually.
That's true.
One of the items on the Psychopath checklist, it's a 20-question checklist that you have statements that they're either marked as 0, 1, or 2. So 0 is not at all. So pathological lying, for instance, I would assume both you and I would score 0 on, right? Not the odd lie, which if you're not sure, it'd be a 1.
Yeah.
But if you're like Will Jordan, I think we can safely say he would get 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's various things on that checklist. One of them is a grandiose sense of self-worth, pathological lying, juvenile delinquency, many marital relationships, sort of like, etc. All these kind of things. But one of them towards the end is criminal versatility. And I love that statement, because criminal versatility is exactly how you would describe Will Jordan. I mean, not only is he a sex offender, but he's also a bigamist, a con man. He was charged in 2006 with fraud, firearms, not registering his address under the Sex Offenders Act, and bigamy. I mean, he is the definition of criminally versatile.
Wow. He's such a psychopath. When I first found out about that list, I tried it on all my friends, and I kept trying to sort of squeeze them into the boxes. I was like, well, you did lie a few times, and you didn't go to prison, but that's maybe the only bit. They haven't caught you yet, but you might be a psychopath, just to worry some friends of mine. But the fact that they were worried, I think John Ronson says is proof enough they're not psychopaths.
It's, by definition, if you're worried about being a psychopath, you're a psychopath, because a psychopath wouldn't worry about it. It's always done by a professional. It has to be done in a professional setting with somebody, and it's almost always it's done with prisoners.
Are you saying I'm not a professional?
I don't know, you might be. I don't know what your qualifications are.
None.
I did the psychopath checklist on Will Jordan, and I'm not a professional, so it was a layman's version of it. Although it wasn't too difficult, to be honest, to assess now, knowing what I know about him. He has actually been assessed by a psychologist in the USA. And the psychopath checklist, you have 20 questions, up to 2 out of each question, so a maximum score of 40 out of 40. So if you score, I think it's out of 30 out of 40 in the UK, you're classed as a psychopath. But if you have to score more than 20 out of 40 to class as a psychopath in the US, because they kind of like some of the qualities. They sort of see it as, grandiose sense of self-worth is just confidence.
Wait, so it's the other way around then, would it be? That in America you would need 30 and here you need 20 to be classified as
thank you. When assessed in America by a psychologist they were doing a report, so it was remotely. What they weren't interviewing him, they were doing it from the news reports and the press releases and the court records and my book, etc. So having assessed him on that, they score him 40 out of 40 as well.
Wow.
So so he literally gets the maximum score you can get.
So with that in mind, did you worry about writing a book that was, denigrating his reputation and everything? And no, I did. I wrote it when he was in jail for a start, but I knew he was going to get out. I did hope that he would be deported, which he was, because he's from America. But I also at the same time started doing Taekwondo. And just a few months after he got out of jail, I got my black belt. I was frightened that I would open the door one day and he'd be standing there. His abuse is psychological. And if he turned up on your doorstep, you'd immediately feel threatened. And that's not the psychological torture he goes through. He for a long time tried to persuade me to meet him. If I agreed to that, then I was showing that I would have been open to something he had to say. Yeah. And that he needed that bit of the door to be open before he would ever turn up on my doorstep. Like a vampire.
It's psychological what he does, not physical abuse.
Yeah.
Which can be debilitating, but at the same time, I wasn't sort of worried physically.
Have you moved on and found love elsewhere?
I have a lovely dog. No, I did have a brief relationship with one of my brother's good friends, somebody I'd known for 35 years, but it didn't pan out. It's a lovely guy, but I'm completely diametrically opposite to what Will Jordan was. Like if you said you'd meet somewhere, he would be there on the dot. And it's like if he was with you, the phone would be off.
Did it feel too predictable almost after what you'd been through?
No, not at all. I thought he was lovely, but he wasn't in a great place. So I was quite happy, but he wasn't in a great place. So by mutual agreement, we decided it wasn't going to work. But so I was only 3 months, but that's it. I'm afraid in 16 years, 14 years, whatever it is.
Do you think that's partly because of Will and his behaviour? Did it put you off, for example, internet dating and stuff?
Yes, but probably not for what the reason you think. I had already had my children experience a bad relationship. And I didn't want to have, sorry, this is not emotion. This is just literally my chest going.
I'll edit it to make it sound more like it is emotion. So
yes, you can never trust people when they edit things.
Yeah, she's crying, ladies and gentlemen. No,
just screwing down my face. No, they'd already had, sort of like a demonstration of a bad example of a relationship, and we teach our kids by example. So our kids will do what we do, not what we say. You can sit there with a cigarette in your mouth and go, don't smoke, kids. They're going to smoke. I didn't want to have another relationship come into the family and disrupt things. And I didn't want to have the wrong relationship. Yeah. I would rather show them it's okay to be happy on your own than to have another relationship go wrong, which could then really taint their idea of what relationships should be. So they'd been through enough trauma.
What have you told your kids about Will?
Everything. They know it all. I couldn't really write a book about it without actually at least including them. When they were growing up, I said to them, if their father was blind, they wouldn't blame themselves that he couldn't see them. I explained to them that he is a psychopath, but not that he's a, shower curtain stabbing psychopath. I didn't make a drama out of it. I just said, he's a psychopath and therefore has no capacity to love. So it's nothing to do with you that he doesn't love you. And it sounds awful to say, by the way, your dad doesn't love you, but far better to do that than actually, have them believe that he did and then try and track him down later and often become a victim to him, which he does. He contacts his older children and victimizes them as well. I've seen enough EastEnders to know that if I hadn't told my children, they would grow up and come home one day with somebody saying, hey, I'm so happy I found someone that's so like me. And, because as I say, I know 14 children, are more likely to be about 40. They could end up dating and having a relationship and marrying their half sibling.
Oh my God.
I hope it's coming across with this, but I have no embarrassment, no shame, about everything because I did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
I know I was a victim of a crime. I was naive because I didn't know what psychopaths, how they function within society. I thought psychopaths were mad axe murdering people as opposed to, what I know now. I got a letter from a lady who was a victim of a bigamous marriage as well.
Yeah.
And, very similar scenario. And, she was just like, she hadn't told anyone and can't talk to anyone because nobody understands. And that, the worst thing is when you come out of an abusive situation like that and you talk about it and people say, or you can't talk about it because your family say, oh, no, don't talk about that. You'll just appear that you're foolish and you're stupid. And it's like, that's victim shaming, whereas instead of talking about what the actions of the perpetrator are, they're actually blaming the victim themselves.
Did you ever find out how there were a few things at the end of the book you said, like, when you met him, he had no hair on his chest, and he said that was part of how he was infertile. So, and then one day suddenly he had loads of hair, and all his past lovers or whatever had seen him with hair. But you said there was no evidence at all of like waxing or anything.
I assume he must have been waxing or shaving or something. In one of the victims in America, he said he was abused by his mother and dunked in boiling water as a baby, holding his legs and his back and dunked him in boiling water. So he had burn marks all around his groin. I love the fact you're actually...
Yeah, sorry, I was shaking a bit thinking that.
Covered your groin there. But yeah, so he had burn marks all over his upper thighs and his groin area. But a later victim in America didn't see those.
Maybe somebody got upset with him because of his games and stuff and threw boiling hot water on his groin.
Possibly, or he might have done it to himself. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how he does these things.
Yeah.
Whether it's incredibly good makeup, whether it's distraction. I know that when he came back to me with mangled feet.
Yes.
I know that he went around for 2 weeks wearing shoes too small for him, for 2 sizes too small. He went around wearing boots. He actually crushed his own feet over 2 weeks.
Because he knew that he was going to have to come back to you and give you a reason for why he hadn't been around, and it was that he had been fighting he'd been part of some war or battle or something. And that was the reason.
But the psychopaths, there's been tests done on psychopaths in prisons and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So you put a psychopath in an electric chair and you put a normal person in an electric chair. And I mean a chair where it gives you an electric shock, not kills you. So we should qualify that one. Well, you tell a normal person, a normal empathic person, that you're going to give them an electric shock. The heart rate goes up straight away. And you give them the electric shock, it shoots up, right? And then the shock's gone and the heart rate comes down to normal. You tell them you're going to give them a shock again, the heart rate immediately jumps back up again because they know how painful it is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You do the same to a psychopath. You tell them you're going to give them an electric shock, the heart rate stays stable. They get the electric shock, it shoots up with the pain, comes down to stable again. You tell them they're going to give them another electric shock, it stays stable.
Yeah. They got no fear of pain.
They don't have an emotional response to their own pain any more than they do to someone else's. So I remember when Amy Thomas was talking about pain when she had her appendicitis.
Yes. Yeah.
And she went to school with this appendicitis and stuff like that.
It already burst. It burst and she was at school for the next few days.
Yeah, but that's quite normal with a psychopath because a lot of pain in a normal person is emotional. You become distressed by the pain. The pain itself, the signal, is not actually that big a deal. It's a signal going to the brain saying something's wrong, right? But along with that signal comes an emotional response of like, something's wrong, right? So if you remove that emotional signal, you will feel the sensation, but you don't have that panic that goes with it. He's done interesting things to himself. He also pretended to have a vasectomy,
right?
And looked like he had 2 cigarette burns either side of his testes.
Oh.
So doing it once is hard enough, but he did it twice.
So you just do it and you're in an insane amount of pain in that moment. You do that and then the idea of doing it a second time just has it's just whatever. I'll do it again.
So we as empaths empathize with our future selves. So for instance, if you go out tonight and have a drink, you might actually restrict how much you drink because otherwise you'll have a hangover tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're empathizing with the person you be tomorrow. Even holding the cigarette in his hand, approaching his testes, knowing he's going to feel that pain, he doesn't empathize with the person that's going to feel the pain.
That's insane. With that in mind, by the way, I need to empathize with my future self who's going to have to edit this. And boy, it was a long edit, as they all are. But as long as I've got all you shiny new listeners, it makes it all worthwhile. Who needs a social life? Mary was great to talk to, and she's now my new friend on social media and stuff, which is lovely. You can be too. It's @AndrewGold_OK on Twitter and Instagram. As Mary was saying, some people have been not so understanding about her predicament. But I totally get it. I just don't expect people to lie like that. It's one thing getting junk mail from someone I don't know, but someone who I love and I feel loves me, how could they possibly go to such lengths to lie? If you are still feeling she was naive, I suggest you get The Bigamist, because in book form, it's obviously a lot more subtle and you start to understand how he weaved his web of lies. Stick around for Daniel Finkelstein next week, one of former Prime Minister David Cameron's closest and oldest friends. We'll talk Boris Johnson, Trump, conservatism, woke stuff, and everything in between.
My family, man, I sent them a message because they're all coming back they've been canoeing somewhere or something, and I sent them a message saying, please don't ring on the door and stand in the hall shouting because I'm on Andrew Gold's podcast.
Typically, I'd begin the podcast with a dramatic or revealing line, but, well, that was certainly nice to hear from Baron Finkelstein of Pinner. And you don't often have lords on podcasts. I defy you to find a single one, and get in touch with me on AndrewGold_OK on Twitter or Instagram to shout at me about it. A close friend of former Prime Minister David Cameron and Chancellor George Osborne, Daniel Finkelstein is a Conservative peer and Times political columnist who has just released a collection of his best articles entitled Everything in Moderation. As I said to him in my email asking him on the show, the title of his book is the antithesis in every way to the podcast's epithet of On the Edge. But having read Daniel's insightful book, which I'd recommend to everyone looking to get a sense of perspective, it does correspond with many of my views about the world. When I have a psychopath, a paedophile, or a cult member on this podcast, it's not to celebrate or promote their ideas, but often to show the perils of living too far on the edge, too close to the precipice. That's why I like to round off those edges every other week by hearing from thought leaders. We've had anti-woke scholars Helen Pluckrose and James Lindsay, futurist Zoltan Istvan, and this week I'm interviewing feminist Helen Lewis. But right now, I'm honoured to introduce Daniel Finkelstein, a conservative who is perhaps known for his uber-modernist beliefs. He runs counter to the stereotype of the old-fashioned Tory, with liberal views on pretty much everything. With a father who had been exiled in Siberia and a mother who was a survivor of Bergen-Belsen concentration camp, he grew up with a clear grasp on the perils of the extremes and the safety and liberties extended by the centre. He's centre-right, and I ask him what makes a conservative and why so many people find them repellent. We talk about what he said to actor Martin Freeman and what it's like down the pub with David Cameron and George Osborne. What was really going on in Cameron's mind when he confused his football team of Aston Villa with West Ham. He also talks about Prime Minister Boris Johnson, with rumours abound about his stepping down in the coming months. To non-Brits or those who aren't politically minded, there are some parts that delve into the nitty-gritty, but Daniel does speak a lot about accessible and universal concepts. This is not a political podcast, and I'd be totally out of my depth framing it as such. It's a type of podcast where I ask, hey, what actually is a lord, and which football team does David Cameron support? As a writer, Daniel is not afraid to pluck cases from the popular or lowbrow zeitgeist to make broader political points, and I hope you feel this podcast reflects that accessibility. By the way, thanks again for listening and recommending this pod to friends. It's only a few months old, but has just entered the top 2 of Apple's documentary section in the UK. It's in their prestigious new and noteworthy category too right now, so I'm delighted to welcome all the new listeners. Please make sure to leave a review in the Apple Podcasts app if you're enjoying it. If you use another app, don't worry, there's no homework, just enjoy. It's so funny while I'm reading your book, I'm hearing your voice all the time, and now I'm seeing you. Your voice is here.
Thank you. I hope you're enjoying the book.
Oh, I'm loving it, actually. It's so my type of thing, because I just find myself constantly, I suppose, in moderation. Are you that kind of person at home? Would your family say you're quite a positive, in moderation person?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I would say that I try really to learn from my parents, who very much saw things in proportion. I tell in the book of a story where my father died. My mother, who loved him very deeply, really loved nothing else. I came back from a game. Chelsea were playing Norwich City, and I came to find my father died. While I'd been away, I knew he was very ill, and my mother was there. And after a few words about that, she said to me, "What was the score?" And that's very typical of my mum, because she thought nothing was more ludicrous than a sort of, her favourite joke was, apart from that, Mrs. Lincoln, how did you enjoy the theatre? And this was her version of that joke. She thinks that people who can't get things in proportion were ridiculous. And she taught me that, and I try to live by it. I mean, everybody has their own character, and I wouldn't say that I'm like always calm with everybody. I think it'd be dishonest to say that, but I try.
Yeah. That's what I think I try as well, I wanted to bring up some shared history that we have. My uncle and aunt are members of your synagogue, and they know Rabbi Aaron Goldstein very well. They absolutely love him.
Well, I'm sure that if they're around the synagogue, we possibly know each other. That's been a very important part of my life. In fact, just before talking to you, I was writing an article for the Jewish Chronicle about my reflections during the time of writing for the Times on being Jewish. And when you write a newspaper column, you have to write about who you are. I always used to tell columnists when they were writing for me, when I was the comment editor of the Times, it doesn't just matter what you think. People have to care that it's you that thinks it. So they have to know who you are. They have to appreciate your values and your politics and a bit about your history and your personality. That has to be authentic. You can't make that up, and you can't create a false picture of who you are if you want your column to read as true. And there's nothing else in writing opinion, in my view, unless you try to write what you think is true. I realised the more that I thought about that, how being Jewish, even though I'm not exceptionally either religiously observant, I'm a bit, but I'm not exceptionally so, and I'm certainly not devout.
Yeah.
But being a Jew as an ethnic identity and as a religious tradition has been very important to my writing, I realise. So if your relations are in our synagogue, then they're part of a community that means quite a lot to my journalism and to my life.
Well, and he's a very modern rabbi as well, Aaron Goldstein, from everything I've heard about him. And it's interesting because you have a very modern, I guess when people hear that you're a lord and you're a conservative, they might imagine something different. You're very modern, uber modern, as you say right in the book, one of the uber modernists. And the person who sort of introduced us by Twitter is a friend of mine called Tom Gatson, who worked for Steve Barclay. He's very young, cool, trendy or whatever, good-looking guy. And in some ways, I suppose he's the antithesis of how many might view a conservative today. Yeah. Why is that?
Look, there are a number of things. One of the things is at the moment, I think the Conservative Party has made a sort of demographic choice, which I think is rather a short-term one. It's chosen to appeal to older voters. You have to build a demographic coalition somehow. And, when the Conservative Party thinks about where it puts its resources, for example, in the NHS or in an old pension lock, the triple lock on pensions, that is putting a lot of your resources in one generation. Jeremy Corbyn, when he had billions of pounds that he was throwing around, it was to people on tuition fees, right? So that's a different demographic choice. And so part of the answer is simply that the parties have made different demographic choices, and therefore there's a lot of young people who are more left inclined. That is not always. It is usually the case that young people, particularly males, are more pro-violent solutions to things and radical overthrowings of things while they're young. But that can be right wing as well as left wing. Interestingly enough, the group in the United States who was most in favour of the Vietnam War, I think there's an essay on that in the book, were young males, and in the United States, and you would have thought, given that they were the people who had to go fighting, they'd be the most opposed to it. Well, they were the most opposed to it and the most in favour of it. But more people in that group were in favour of it than any other group in the population. It's partly about the attraction of radical change, but partly about the demographics of prosperity in Britain.
How would you then speak to a very young person who might have been you or me as a teenager or something? Because when I was a teenager, I totally went along with the, fuck the Tories and they're all horrible.
Look, it's a very difficult decision for everybody because when you choose a political party, you're choosing a coalition. And the first point to understand is you are choosing to ally yourself with people who don't fully agree with you, if you bother at all with political parties. That's what you're doing. You can't, there aren't, I recognise this very early on in my political life, there aren't going to be millions and millions of Jews from Hendon Central, who with master's degrees in systems analysis. The world is a very varied place. So the first step in choosing any political background is to accept nothing's perfect, and you are going to have to ally with a load of people who don't agree with you. While it is tempting to believe that all you have to decide in life is whether you care or whether you don't, and then if you do, you're on the left, and if you don't, you're on the right. That is really much more complicated than that. The biggest problem in politics is the allocation of resources and the making of resources. And that also involves trying to get more resources. I'm attracted to the right ultimately for two big reasons that has put me on the centre right rather than centre left. I essentially think the capitalist system has been highly successful in lifting people out of poverty and creating prosperous and therefore liberal and democratic and tolerant societies. When that flags and fails, societies become less liberal, less democratic, less tolerant, and so therefore successful economies are critical. And that has been my first reason, my first big reason for being on the right. The second is that I believe that you have to grapple with the fact that resources are finite. And while it is nice to say every difficult cause, every problem must have a government solution to which we can put money, it isn't actually the case. You can't do that. And I believe that the right has been more realistic about that. But I will acknowledge, if you join on the right, sometimes the right is slower than the left to see the importance of liberal causes, partly because the right, being conservative, it takes time for us to see that something is not a passing fad, that it's a genuine human right, or that it's a way in which society has changed. And while conservatives are quite good at finishing reforms like gay marriage or full voting rights for women, we're not necessarily as good at starting those reforms. I think the right's record on gay rights was pretty miserable. So I would say, the choice is not a simple one because not everybody is going to agree with you, but that's the reason for my choice.
Okay. It's really interesting because I think a lot of people listening who are maybe how I was or how I've been, which is, the Tories are evil or the Tories are this and that, if they read your book, you do sound really progressive. I mean, so the statue debate, for example, going on at the moment, you were very much, you were very understanding of the fact that Churchill was a white supremacist.
I had a hilarious, although in some ways really frustrating, experience with the article that's in the book on Winston Churchill. In general, I haven't changed the headlines in the book from the headlines that were in the paper, but I did make an exception to this article. It said that Churchill was a racist, but he was a great man. That's what the headline said. But the real article I wrote was, in fact, that Churchill was a great man, but he was a racist. It's a different, and that's the way I put it. My audience for that column was people who, like me, think that Churchill did amazing things during the Second World War, which were very important to my family, as you know from my family history. So, like me, that was the case. But you cannot run away from his record, and you have to accept that he is a racist, and that is not just a standard that we impose upon him now because ideas about race have changed. It was actually thought about him at the time. And that's so I wanted to write that article. On Twitter, I got into lots of trouble from people who were saying that I was dismissing the fact that he was a racist and therefore and simply insisting he was a great man. It was one of those confected rows. It was really, really instructive. But as a result, I switched the headline round in the book.
That's amazing how much difference reversing the clauses just makes.
Maybe I would have got attacked anyway. I mean, one of the things that happens when you are a conservative is people make assumptions about you. I noticed this. I used to do this panel on Newsnight, and often that consisted of me saying quite critical things about the Conservative Party on a prime BBC show. And always I'd get Conservatives saying I'd been great on the programme and Labour people saying I'd been terrible. They hadn't really heard much beyond where my political background was. And you get that the whole time.
Well, people don't care, do they, about anything?
Well, it's more that I think part of our political identity is partisan, and we often don't assimilate much beyond that. That's. I'm not saying I'm any different to that. I'm sure I can fall into that trap too. It's just quite noticeable.
You're pushing a very, which I'm a fan of, this very liberal progressive conservatism socially. Does it wind you up when you're sort of trying to promote that side of it, and then Jacob Rees-Mogg sort of lies down on the bench like a maniac?
But yeah, I mean, I've been, as you know from the book, there's a very critical essay about Jacob Rees-Mogg in there. And sure, I have a disagreement with him, but you have to decide ultimately who your allies are. So I have to take a degree of responsibility for him, right, as he does for me. And because of that, of course, it's frustrating when he acts in a way that makes that responsibility more burdensome, as it were. He differs with me. We have big political disagreements, and I think at the core of it is our belief about the modern world. There is obviously a part of Jacob Rees-Mogg who actually, when you talk to him, meet him, is civilized. And I loved his dad, who used to write columns for me when I was comment editor at the Times, and whom I adored. And he was there's a part of him that rejects the way the modern world has changed, and I fundamentally accept that. I think in that way, it's a correct description to call me progressive. I don't think it's a particularly useful political term because everyone uses it, but I don't think the Canadian title of progressive conservative is a contradiction in terms.
How much do you think that your writing influences politics, or is it more predicting what's happening?
No, I try not to predicting, mainly because I want to avoid the obvious thing that will happen, which is you say something's quite likely to happen and then it doesn't. And the fact that you said it was quite likely is eliminated, right? So the truth is all things that are going to happen in politics in the future are probabilistic. You can't say for certain what will happen. So there are relatively few predictions that are made in the book. I've tried to indicate in the book where it was I'd made bad predictions. In one or two places included those. But generally speaking, I don't do that. It's more two things I do. One is analysis to try to explain what's happening. And the second thing I try to do is to try to shape arguments that some readers with my bent of mind will agree with, and helps them to express or deepen or understand their own argument. And sometimes, as a result of that, it emboldens my friends and maybe puts off those people who don't agree, or maybe makes them think again.
You are quite friendly, am I right in saying, with David Cameron and George Osborne?
Yes.
Have there ever been moments where they've called you up and said, Daniel, what have you just written?
Well, no, never annoyed, actually. George is a very close friend of mine, and so he'll tend to do it and he's also, as anyone who knows him, got sort of quite a good sense of humour, and he thought much of my commentary about the sort of need for more independence in politics was completely naive and ridiculous. So there's a column in the book about why the gang instinct in politics leads us away from good solutions. And he read that and he thought it was fine as an intellectual argument, but ludicrously impractical, right? I'm not sure I'd necessarily think that now, but maybe he would. But anyway, so he took the mickey out of my column for that reason. But no, they've never been angry with a column that I've written, I suppose. But I do remember when I was writing leaders for the Times that, I mean, David Cameron did note to me that two particular positions the Times had taken on health reforms weren't consistent with each other. So he did read them pretty carefully.
That's interesting. So you're a big football fan. I've just thought off the top of my head right now, because I remember, was it him that wasn't sure if he was West Ham or Aston Villa?
Oh yeah. Well, it's interesting. So I'm a big football fan, and I'm a big Chelsea fan. As at that point was his son, not his youngest son, but his younger son, and we went to football together to see Villa play Chelsea, which Chelsea proceeded to then win 8-1, and after that, we would constantly text each other during Villa-Chelsea games. David was actually one of those funny things. He was more of a fan than he lets on. He really enjoys watching Villa. And he doesn't talk much about football. And he's never pretended to be a big football fan. And I think actually he really was a bigger football fan than but I spoke to him about the West Ham thing, and he said he'd woken up, he'd gone pretty early, and he was reading from an auto cue, and he decided to depart from the auto cue just for a paragraph to give it a bit of life. And that's when he said this thing. And the moment he said it, he thought, I can't believe those words came out of my mouth, because I don't support West Ham. And so it isn't that he doesn't know which football team he supported. He just misspoke. People find that difficult to believe, but one of the reasons I know it's true is because I know that particular instance is true. People can just say things and then afterwards think, I can't even remember saying it, apart from he could remember saying it. But
I guess it's the colour scheme, wasn't it, that threw him off? I mean, it was a real thick of it moment.
I think he says it was because I think Karen Brady was in the audience, and also somebody had mentioned it earlier in the day. I think that was the reason, but he doesn't know particularly why it was.
One of the articles in the book that I really enjoyed, I suppose going back to the difference between left and right a little bit, was an address to Martin Freeman, the actor from The Office and The Hobbit. Did he ever get back to you?
No, I met him even actually, and he didn't mention it. Maybe he didn't read it, but I met him at one of my obsessions is the Beatles, and there are, as you know, so one of my favourite things in the book is my interview with George Martin, the Beatles producer. There's also a piece on Brian Epstein there, and I think Martin Freeman, who's done a podcast on the White Album, he's also a mad Beatles fan. So we met at an Apple event, but he didn't read it. He was very nice, but he didn't mention it. He must have read it. To be truthful, my experience with these things is I always think people have not read it, but everyone, if it mentions them, they always have. So I expect he probably did, but he didn't mention it.
Okay. I wonder what he thought of that. I guess for those who haven't read it, they should read it. They should get the book. But your point again, what he was saying, that you couldn't possibly vote Tory and be somebody who has empathy. Yeah,
and it wasn't just that. He said he was Labour because he'd been brought up to be a nice person, basically. And I was sort of saying, well, either you're saying my parents had a hideous failure and they failed to bring me up as a nice person, or that they didn't bring me up as a nice person, which is even worse. And I can't think he means that. I mean, to be fair to him, I expect he just thinks to sort of make a ghastly choice of political party. But really my point in that column was it's all a bit more complicated than that. So for instance, Ed Miliband's policy in that election, in my opinion, so please forgive me those of you who don't agree with this, was to continue a larger borrowing policy. Now, that is a policy that means that somebody else has to pay our deficit, right, in the form of debt. There are lots of arguments you can have. One of them is, we won't create that debt, or the debt doesn't matter. But it is making a decision that passes the deficit from people who live now to people who live in the future who have to pay it back. There's a fairness issue there. Now, what he was kind of saying was the fairness issues that he was talking about, they mattered, and the fairness issues that I was interested in didn't matter. And I disagreed with that view. But I would say I thought it was quite brave of him to do a political broadcast, and there's something very attractive about his personality which made it very effective. Not Ed Miliband's, who as a public figure didn't appeal, and that's an interesting thing, because I think anyone who meets him, I do like him.
Why is it that these people always seem much more charismatic and likable once they're, after they've been in office or leader of the party?
So part of it is that once a sort of view has been taken about who Ed Miliband was and what he was doing, it builds into a story about him, and everything has to be consistent. And some of it is completely ludicrous. That idiotic story about the bacon sandwich was grotesquely unfair on him. Right? Yeah. It was sort of taken to personify his leadership in a way that told a story about him in a way that was completely absurd. And I do think there was that thing with Gordon Brown as well, where he was supposed to be utterly brilliant before the election that he didn't call in 2007. And then the moment he didn't call it, he was thought to be that, like, everything he did was incredibly stupid. Well, it wasn't very likely that he was either a genius before or a dolt afterwards. Yeah. And I think sometimes you have these stories and we build up about people, and it's not very fair.
I've got an awesome true crime podcast I need to tell you about called Crawl Space, which is a show I love. Yes, I realize everyone recommends podcasts, but you're listening to me, and I'm telling you should be listening to Crawl Space too. Can't argue with that logic. The show covers a wide range of topics from unexplainable crimes to conspiracies and fringe culture, with weekly interviews with expert guests. And there are a ton of episodes you'll find interesting since you're a fan of this show. I'd recommend our listeners check out their recent episode about the real-life Frankenstein, or their interview with Catherine Jones, who is incarcerated at 13 years old. Also, I was on their podcast twice, so maybe start with those episodes. You'll like those. There's an episode for every true crime addict, though, no matter what you're into. The show covers stories of survival and deep fakes to synchronicities and cryptozoology. Tim, Lance and Jenna, your weekly dose of the mysterious, harrowing and bizarre. You can't go wrong with adding Crawl Space to your rotation. Just search for Crawl Space, True Crime and Mysteries on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Are you fascinated by unexplainable crimes, conspiracies, and fringe culture? Well, step into the crawl space. From tales of survival and deepfakes to synchronicities and cryptozoology, Crawl Space is a podcast that brings you weekly stories of the mysterious, harrowing, and bizarre. Search Crawl Space wherever you listen to podcasts. Crawl Space, where crime meets culture. 21-year-old UMass student Maura Murray disappeared after crashing her car on a hairpin turn in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. This is the mystery that sparked a cultural obsession.
Missing Maura Murray is the definitive podcast on the case.
Dig deep with hosts Tim Polari and Lance Reen-Sierna as they parse fact from conspiracy and fight to gain closure.
Search Missing Maura Murray wherever you listen to podcasts.
And be warned, you too may become obsessed.
I think so going back to the Martin Freeman thing, I think there's a lot online, but it gets very toxic, the debates between sort of left and right. And the right and the centre often call the left snowflakes, that term. And I've been thinking for ages that that's the worst possible term from a PR perspective that the right could call the left, because it's exactly what they want to be called. Because if they trade in empathy, if that's the sort of gold of the day, who's more empathetic, that's perfect for them.
These kind of insults that people throw at each other, it's all a bit pathetic. I've been called that weirdly by people on the left as well as by people on the right. It's not much of an insult, really. Virtue signalling, that's the other one I don't get. When someone says you're virtue signalling, I mean, what's wrong with signalling virtue?
But isn't that what you suggested about Martin Freeman?
No, I mean, I would never use that phrase about him. He wasn't virtue signaling. I think I didn't object to him claiming to be virtuous. I probably wouldn't have written, but I did object to him saying that he was virtuous compared to me, because I thought that was a sort of incredibly arrogant, presumptuous thing to say.
I think that's what a lot of people mean when they criticize people for virtue signaling, is that I think they're saying you think you have more virtue than I do.
Yeah, I guess. But I think what they sometimes mean by it is you shouldn't say that virtuous thing because all you're doing is signalling it. But you're also saying it.
Yeah, that's true. Do politicians care still, in your experience, or is it a case of winning, of having the right strategy and getting into power?
All of them do care, even if they're not empathetic people. They end up caring as a matter of professional necessity. One of the things that I think is very interesting is people describing politicians as out of touch. And some politicians have a better grasp on what voters think than others, and some are kind of able to absorb it more than others. But the truth is that if you're involved in politics, you spend an awful lot of your time talking to people. You end up absorbing what other people think a lot of the time, and you end up caring about people's problems. You can't avoid it, really, unless you're a completely uncaring sort of person, which can happen in all walks of life. Mao was a total narcissist, so just as an example. So people can be like that, but it's unusual. And I think as people progress in politics, they may become more professional. They may become more aware of how to win and lose elections, but they never lose caring about what people think and believe and are willing to accept and what they think is right and wrong.
So if you're, I don't know if you're down the pub with David Cameron or whatever, what is it like? And did when he was in power, was he concerned? I guess he must have been concerned more about his position, and when you're that high up and everyone's scrutinizing you. But was he also worried, like, oh God, I'm worried about these people and those people, and how I can help them in society?
Sure, of course he was. I mean, look, it was a very difficult period then because he ended up coming to power just as they were having to cut public spending. And I remember sitting with George in number 11 and him saying to me, I can't believe that Gordon Brown went around the country opening all these Sure Start centres, and I've now got to go around the country closing them. And he was very worried about that. But he also thought, and I think he was right, that we had a big structural deficit and he had to do something about it, and it required him to be tough about it. And actually, it's not enough just to care about things. You also have to, take a reasonable view of the overall budget and make decisions about priorities. You have to be fairly tough to do that. You've got to do it in the end, and you've got to therefore have a degree of robustness. And
I guess that robustness gets mistaken for a lack of empathy by some people.
Yeah, I would think it did. You can be completely caring if your economy is going down the drain and you can't afford to pay for anybody's benefits. It doesn't matter if you care that they don't have it. If they don't have it anyway.
I was living for a while in South America, about 10 years. And there was I was in Argentina. There were so many Venezuelans who had to get down there. And when I saw Corbyn, he refused to criticize what was happening in Venezuela whenever he was asked. What were your biggest concerns over if Corbyn had gotten into power?
Well, okay, so there were two things about his position on Venezuela, both of which concern me. The first thing is that Jeremy Corbyn took a Lenin's view of imperialism. Lenin's view of imperialism was that capitalism was only made possible by the imperialist policies that colonized other countries and expropriated their property. As a result of it, if you wanted to end capitalism, what you have to do is to support the anti-colonial resistance movements of other countries, and that was therefore his foreign policy, right? And he was, as a result, supporting a lot of regimes, including that in Iran. And actually Putin as well, whom I thought were fundamentally anti-liberal. And I thought that was also true in his support for Chavez. My second problem is that I think he thought that Chavez's government was a model. And in a way, it was a model. So what Chavez did was he borrowed very, very large sums of money, closed down the ability of the oil industry to raise prices, and raised the salaries of all the oil workers. This was incredibly popular with everybody, except for the fact that it meant that you couldn't maintain the oil wells, because if you increase the salaries and cap the prices, you haven't got enough money to reinvest. And so what happened in the end was that the oil industry began to collapse as well. He appointed, his own mates to run it and all that. And Corbyn openly thought that was a Bolivarian model that we all ought to follow.
Would a third thing be the potential, especially with your past, I was going to say anti-Semitism? I mean, your father escaped Siberian exile, was it? And your mother was in a concentration camp. So does that, with that in mind?
Yeah. First of all, I don't want to sound hysterical about Jeremy Corbyn. I don't think he's not Stalin. He's the wrong end of the ice pick. My view is that socialism has never found a workable model that doesn't end up in oppression and complete poverty. That doesn't mean that social democracy hasn't. Social democracy is completely possible, and it's been tried elsewhere. Corbyn did not believe in that. Corbyn did not believe in social democracy. Neither did John McDonnell. They believed in socialism, which was something different to that. I believe that to be completely impractical, and in the end, I think it does lead to oppressive regimes. So one of the constant arguments in my book, and hopefully it leads to some of the lighter things as well, to the piece on David Bowie, on Brian Epstein, on George Martin, on Walt Disney.
Yes.
Is the importance of capitalism to progress and to cultural diversity and even to progressive change. One of my fears about socialism is it would stymie that as well.
That Disney article was great, and you were saying that he was falsely labelled as being an anti-Semite. So where do you stand on Corbyn on that matter?
I'm very careful about using the phrase anti-Semite to describe him. I think in the end, the best way of describing him is he became an ally of anti-Semites, and a lot of anti-Semites were allies of him, and he didn't want to do anything about it. He thought the whole thing was phony. He couldn't see it in front of his eyes, and as a result, again and again, he did things that were anti-Semitic. So, for example, his endorsement of a grotesquely anti-Semitic mural was an example, which he couldn't see was anti-Semitic, was an astonishing example of that. So, partly because I think you should use the word sparingly, I have never publicly called Jeremy Corbyn an anti-Semite, but I think that he definitely brought into the Labour Party and saw as allies a lot of people who were anti-Semites, and he couldn't see that and didn't want to do anything about it.
Yeah. Did you call him that privately?
No, I didn't. I don't do that. One of the things about the columns actually is you end up pretty much writing publicly whatever you think. You can't really divide yourself if you don't. Sometimes you decide, I'm not going to write a column about that. I'm open that I excluded from the book one particularly grotesque column that I wrote about Scotland, in which, irritated at being told what the English should and shouldn't say about Scotland, I intemperately wrote a column saying I didn't care what Scotland did. If it wanted, it could do whatever it wanted. And that is just not true at all. I do care about it. So that didn't. Sometimes you write columns and you think a few years later, God, that was a stupid view.
What is a lord for the layman?
That's an interesting question. So we have two houses, a fully elected House of Commons and an unelected House of Lords. And the unelected House of Lords has weak powers, which effectively amount to being able to delay legislation. And even that is a power that is almost never used by the House. And the reason they rarely use it is because the threat of it allows the House of Commons to consider points made by the House of Lords to reform legislation. That's not done on the level of principle. So the House of Lords will never deal with the overall principle of the bill. It's done on details. And what the House of Lords does is use the expertise that you might get in an unelected House. So you have lawyers and the astronomer royal and somebody who's been the head of a civil service and somebody who's been a teacher. You have that kind of experience to draw on and use that to make detailed recommendations to the Commons, which then get incorporated into the bill. There was a time when everybody who was appointed to the House of Lords was hereditary. So lots of people who sat in the House of Lords only sat in it because their parents sat in it. Now the vast majority of the House of Lords is appointed, and they're appointed because of all sorts of experience. In my case, I was an advisor to John Major. I'd been an advisor to William Hague, and then I was close to David Cameron. He relied on my advice, and he thought I'd make a good amender of legislation. That's why he put me in that job. It's a slightly weird thing because it's also an honour to be a Lord, obviously, in addition to the privilege of sitting in the House. And so there's a slight muddle between the legislative appointment and the honours system, which I think probably could do with being reviewed. But if we did have an elected chamber, you would have a chamber that was, there was a lot to be said for it democratically, but it would either approve everything that the government did because it had the same majority as the House of Commons, or it would stop everything the government did. The one thing that makes the second chamber work is that because we know we're unelected, we retreat once the House of Commons has made it clear that it's not moving.
I guess that could be abused, though, because I've heard that a lot of people, it's because they give big party donations, get appointed.
In general, the appointments to the House of Lords are people who've got expertise of one kind or another. There are, in the House of Lords, some business people, and naturally speaking, those business people who've been appointed to the House of Lords also tend to have been donors, right? Because if you're a big Conservative or Labour person who's got lots of money and you're a huge supporter of the party, it's liable that you will have given some money to the party. But for example, Lord Bamford, right, and who's the head of JTB, is in the House of Lords, well, not because he's donated to the Conservative Party, although he has, but because he runs a big industrial concern and his experience is therefore valuable. I think there are strong arguments for a more democratic chamber, but there is a problem with it. An elected chamber would assert its rights, and every piece of legislation would either go sailing through or would be delayed. I don't know how to solve that problem, even though I see the argument for an elected chamber. But I'm just saying that is what will happen. I don't feel particularly protective of it, to be quite honest. It's actually quite a burden on my time to be in the second chamber. I'm not sure. I kind of love it above all other things. I'd certainly very happily be gainfully employed doing other things. But I agreed to do this. I thought it would be interesting, and it is.
It's quite a cool thing to have in your name as well, isn't
it? Yeah, look, it was a great... I'm not running away from that because it would be silly. No, it was a really nice thing to happen. It was something that... Also, I'd given a lot of advice and time to prime ministers, to governments, to political leaders, which I thought was important in advance of the things that I believe. It was lovely to have that acknowledged as well in such a generous way. So, yeah, it's a nice thing.
One of the things that you talked about in the book, which was interesting, again, is the private life of a politician gives us the insight of their character. You talked about Berlusconi, of course. How do you feel about that with respect to Boris Johnson?
Look, so the point I made there was I don't think it's automatically a resignation issue that somebody's got a complicated private life, partly because you don't always know every detail of it and every reason for it. But it's certainly an insight into them, and not something that, those people who say, I don't know why the tabloids run all these stupid stories, they're totally irrelevant, don't think it's irrelevant when it comes to Boris, right? Yeah. And they're right. If you were trying to write a rounded portrait of this prime minister, how could you possibly ignore his love life? You can't. It's an insight into him. There are lots of things about it, but just as an example of it, Boris is quite an undisciplined individual, and he's always at the centre of his own story, right? And both of those things are present in his behaviour towards his partners and spouses and other women that he's had relationships with, and you can't pretend that's not true about him. But I flatly disagree with Boris in his columns, who argues that this doesn't matter. And of course, it doesn't mean that every decision that he takes is only relevant. This is important only to that. But if you are going to be prime minister of the country, it's perfectly reasonable that people take a rounded view of who you are as a person, because all of that does matter. It does say something about you.
Obviously, it broke the news, or rumours broke, that he was looking to step down, or he's not up for the job since his corona and all of those things. I've also heard that there's a suggestion that he actually has more children than anyone realised.
I don't want to speculate on that. That I mean, I don't know anything about it really. No, anyway, that's fine. I don't really. We all know, because he's obviously, on his third. He's engaged to what will be his third wife, so we know that he's had a sort of tangled love life. That's kind of public, but what's resulted from that, I really just don't know.
Well, the only reason I thought it relevant was just because I heard that being Prime Minister, you can't engage in other jobs that you would normally do, and he was used to a certain way of living.
Oh, I've always thought, leaving aside the question of size of his family and all that, I've always thought that it was, Boris has always taken Churchill's view of income, which is let's just earn more money, and he's very industrious in doing it. And by the way, very impressive. I mean, I've known Boris for a long time. What he's succeeded in doing in making himself a public personality, even leaving aside the achievement of becoming Prime Minister, what he's succeeded in doing, because let's not eliminate from a consideration of his character this immense side of it. He is incredibly industrious, right? For all that people say is lazy nonsense, he is incredibly industrious. He has succeeded in making himself, through his wit, incredibly sort of famous, well-known, loved by a lot of people. I mean, now obviously controversial with others, right? But that is very impressive thing. But part of it was about trying to earn a lot of money, and he built up a lot of income. And I'm sure that's a problem.
How does Dave feel about him?
Well, you'd have to ask. You'd have him on and ask. I think David. Interestingly, I think David is much more forgiving of him than he was of Michael. I think that's partly because he's kind of always expected slightly wayward, much more independent behaviour from
Boris.
I think he kind of, with a slight shrug, thinks Boris will beat Boris, and he finds him frustrating, and he obviously disagrees with him. He was very disappointed that Boris decided to support leaving the European Union, but I still think he thinks of Boris as being a friend.
How do you feel about the future of the Tory party and the future of our society?
The Conservative Party's future is quite uncertain. I think that it's made a big strategic choice, and not a good one necessarily, and that is to appeal to kind of older, less urban, less liberal voters when the country is becoming more urban, more liberal. It may rue the choices it's made now, but we'll see. Because I think Boris is still in the process of making a choice about what sort of government he wants and who he is as Prime Minister. And that's what I was arguing last week. I think that's a decision, that's a work in progress. Okay. As for the country, well, look, I'm still pretty optimistic about the country despite everything. I do think we've made our life more difficult by leaving the European Union, but we'll wait and see who was right about that. I think we've now got the chance to be an international trading, centre of power that's independent. I think that is more a piece of rhetoric than a reality, but nevertheless it's there, and so we'll see. But I think fundamentally we still live in a very civilised, prosperous and liberal country, and long may it remain like that.
It's a very moderate answer. Last question: are you excited for Chelsea this year because they've bought well?
Really? Yeah, really. Look, the truth is that money really talks in football, and your wages bill is related to your points. I did think a massive gap had opened up between Liverpool, Manchester City on the one hand and Chelsea on the other. And I think both Chelsea and Manchester United would have closed that gap a bit. Obviously, if City get Messi, at least for a season or two, that will be very good for them. But in the end, I'd rather have Havertz, I think, because he's only 21.
Yeah, I'm a Spurs fan. We've got Mourinho. We got your old boy.
I love Mourinho.
Do you?
Yes.
I'm optimistic in the long run, but the way they were playing the last few months of last season, I've never seen anything like it. With the way it's so different to any other manager. Maybe Atletico Madrid play a little bit, like just the low block all the time.
It is, yeah. But the crucial thing was you were losing before, and then you stopped losing.
Maybe Daniel's thoughts on football give something away about his political side. The Tories, in his mind, may not be pretty, but they get things done. In that sense, Tottenham's Jose Mourinho is the archetypal Tory, able to win ugly. Apologies for the footy chat. I only brought it up because Daniel is a huge football fan and famously used to have a column of predictions and stats and things for the game. It was amazing talking to a lord, a baron, a Times journalist with an OBE. He was clearly mature enough not to gossip or dish out the dirt I was looking for with respect to Boris and his potential kids, but it was great to get an insight into what these people, who seem like machines in suits, are really like. If you enjoyed that, please make sure to review on Apple or share with friends. It all really helps more than you probably realise. I'm not 100% about which podcast will go up next Monday, but I am recording one this week with Helen Lewis, so it might be her. She's a leading feminist who, much like Daniel Finkelstein, is too smart and nuanced to be pigeonholed as one thing or the other. I came across her via her brilliant BBC radio documentary, The Roots of Woke Culture, and her GQ debate with a hot-headed Jordan Peterson. Now I'm reading her fantastic book, Difficult Women, and I suggest you do too. Do you take the rubbish out?
I mean, I have taken the rubbish out.
You don't, do you?
I do try unsuccessfully to argue that if, for as long as the pay gap persists and I've got to deal with menstruation, then surely shouldn't I be at least be given reprieve from the blue job that is putting the bins out?
That's a good argument. Nobody wants to take the bins out. Nobody does want to take those bins out. So, as you can hear, I've just had a very fun chat with Helen Lewis, the preeminent British journalist of The Guardian, The Atlantic, GQ, and many others, about difficult women. That's the topic of this podcast, but it's also the name of Helen's eye-opening new book, which you can get in all the normal places. I wanted to have her on the show because she has a distinctively measured take on the battles women have faced over the last century or so. Her book covers obstacles women have had to overcome over the years, such as getting divorce legalised, getting the vote, changing the way we talk about sex, and so on. But it does so without lecturing or reproaching men, while also adopting a warts-and-all approach to the women she writes about. They weren't saints, and Helen writes about things like the jealousy and classist rivalries in the suffragette movement, and how some of these pioneering feminists were attracted to fascism and eugenics. Helen shows you can be an activist and fight for social justice without alienating everyone else or showing off your virtue. She's long been a famous name in British journalism. She's made radio documentaries for the BBC, including a recent one I enjoyed called The Roots of Woke Culture, where she interviewed anti-social justice scholars Helen Pluckrose and James Lindsay, who also came on this podcast. Her name really took off online after her GQ interview on YouTube with famous Canadian psychiatrist Jordan Peterson. I don't want you to leave this podcast, but I do recommend you check it out. It has 16 million views right now, so it's likely you've already seen it. I thought she really held her own against one of the world's most famous intellects. We discussed that Jordan Peterson interview, as well as trans rights, woke culture, sex, and we really do laugh a lot. I really enjoyed this one and hope you do too. At the end, I'll read out a couple of reviews this podcast got this week, but for now, I've got an inflammatory question. Inflammatory question, is feminism over?
We definitely do need it. I think there's a question about what form it should take and how much it should talk more broadly about gender and how gender affects men as well. But, you look at the fact that the majority of the world's wealth is owned by men. Still, we come a long way and we've had 2 female prime ministers, but the kind of default that it snaps back to is men. And we have a very blokey Downing Street at the moment. Only 30% of people in Parliament are women. And, you have to keep kind of pushing at that if you want to keep that up. And I think that's women have a right to be involved in the process of laws that are made about them and have their life experiences represented. So there's lots of different ways. I think if you look at something like domestic violence, it's very obvious that feminism is still needed. The way that we talk about that crime is still so inflected by the history of the idea of women as kind of property and what happens in the home as a kind of private matter that's got nothing to do with anybody else. The developing world particularly, right? You're in a situation where there are countries where female fetuses are being aborted simply because, girls are seen as more expensive and less worthwhile. But here in Britain too, there's lots of historic injustices that still... So there are essentially 92 seats in the British Parliament that are reserved for men, right? Because of hereditary peers.
I was going to ask you about that because I spoke to a peer last week, Daniel Finkelstein. He's one of them. And he's also
not hereditary, but yeah.
No, exactly. He was appointed, but that hereditary thing seems... I actually read, because I didn't even know that when I was speaking to him, and when I read it in your book, I was astounded. That's totally insane. And that you pointed out that is that right, that it doesn't go to the firstborn child, it's the firstborn son who would be...
So yeah, you have to be a peer in order to be elected as one of the 92 spaces that are reserved for hereditary peers. They put them on pause for the moment, actually, until the end of the year. I mean, obviously the whole thing to me is slightly crazy, but on a narrow kind of gender equality point, yeah, it's the Countess of Mar retired in May, so all of those seats currently are held by men. So it's just sort of weird. Like 1/8 of our second legislative chamber is essentially reserved for men. And that's what I mean. It's kind of weird quirks that, and a consistent theme I talk about in the book is the kind of, well, that's not really our top priority. And I understand that it probably isn't people's top priority. But to me, the fact that our parliament, our lawmaking body, is still biased in favour of men is quite a big deal.
I think people would. I really find that shocking. I think if they're... I don't know. When you're a man, I think you want to believe there's a temptation to believe that this kind of thing isn't happening. Because if you're told that you're getting every advantage, then I guess it feels like everything you achieve is slightly devalued. So you want to not believe that's true, but that's a very obvious example.
I think that's a really good way of putting it, because one of the ways that I think those discussions happen is that they do put people on the back foot, and people will instantly go to thinking about all the things in their life that have been really tough. Actually, they'll think about the fact they went to a tough school, or their parents split up when they were young, or they've been ill with or they lost their job in bad circumstances. So that kind of way of talking that says, I mean, I do think that there are ways in which being a man is, is just a bonus, right? It just makes your life easier in a lot of ways, but it doesn't mean that your life is easy. And that's the difficulty of all of those privilege discussions. And it's the same one that we have around racial privilege too. It's easier to be white. It doesn't mean that it's easy. And it doesn't mean that your life is kind of blessed and nothing bad can happen to you. And I think that's the difficulty, is people react very strongly against those things because they don't feel particularly lucky. A lot of the time, or they don't personally feel responsible for the systemic bias, which is also a kind of reasonable thing. I didn't ask for the system to be made. Why am I being, tarred with this brush of all these other people who are abusing it? I think that's a natural and instinctive reaction. So for me, it was always like the way that I wanted to do in the book was always writing about how can we change the structures, because that sort of takes the personal blame out of it, I think, which is an unhelpful thing if you're trying to make allies.
I think that's exactly why I find you and your book so interesting, and why I wanted to talk to you, because there's definitely a feeling when you feel like you're being lectured to, or that you're being told that you were lucky and you were fortunate or whatever, you close off, which I think a lot of people are worried, for example, about the way that people are framing, as you say, the race debate at the moment. And that's, a lot of people think that's just going to put Trump back in power, because it just makes people go, I'm not listening, I'm just going to vote for my thing. And that's what you do with the book. Of course, Difficult Women. Again, like, nobody wants to read. I'm not interested in reading anything about saints. I'm not into religion. I don't like veneration of people who don't seem human. It's so much easier to relate to these people. And I had no idea about the suffragettes, the infighting, the classism, the fascism, in points, and sort of the link between contraception and eugenics. Has that been something that's always interested you about that side of feminism and social justice in general?
Actually, yeah, I had a real problem when I was doing the book, in that I fell down a rabbit hole with the suffragettes, and I spent way more time on them than really like my planner allowed, because they're fascinating. I can't think of a comparable kind of guerrilla movement led by women anywhere, any place. There have been female terrorists, I guess you might say, but the fact that this was a female-led revolutionary organization that was, whose membership was exclusively limited to women and was, explicitly okay with violence, is almost unique, if not totally unique. I'm sure someone will pop up at some point and tell me about something Cambodia in the 1670s or something that I haven't heard about. But yeah, I was fascinated by the suffragettes for that reason, because their whole ethos was two things that women are kind of not supposed to be. First is violent, militant, and the second one is selfish and putting themselves first. The reason that Sylvia Pankhurst gets kicked out by her mother and sister is because she wants to campaign about other stuff. She wants to be a kind of more general anti-poverty activist. They weren't allowed to get themselves involved in the Irish Home Rule debate, for example, or to be affiliated with the then quite, up and coming Labour Party. They did the vote. That's what they did. They didn't do anything else. And that is, that I think now, if there were like single issue groups now in feminism, find that still quite, that they're being challenged about why this, why not anything else? Why are you prioritizing yourself? Why are you putting yourself first? And so for that and many other reasons, I find the suffragettes absolutely fascinating.
Are you concerned about the way some people frame feminism?
Yeah, I was having this conversation with a colleague actually, because I saw people sort of knee-jerk overreacting to a tweet by the UN which said, a male-dominated world has failed to respond to the coronavirus pandemic. And people kind of went, oh, this is the latest, like mad, feminazi policing, blah, blah, blah. And the point about it is particularly the point here being that more men are dying, right? It's an illness that seems to hit men harder. They're more likely to go to intensive care. They're more likely to die. So I think the problem with that is I just felt lots of people instantly now, because of what you call, woke culture, I don't know if there's a better phrase for it, have that instinctive reaction that feminism is just this sort of language-obsessed, elite, tiny, self-important kind of movement. And actually it's not. It's got really solid bread and butter things to say about ordinary people's lives. It's not about people arguing about whether or not you should spell women with an X and all this sort of stuff. But because of that stuff, if that's people's first encounter with feminism, they think it's sort of saying, cry your male tears, and like we're going to rewrite the whole of grammar in order to do some quest that we've never quite fully explained to you, then yeah, I think it is a massive, massive turn off. And feminism has got so much to say by saying, men's roles have changed so much in the last 100 years. And actually, I don't know about you, but lots of my male friends, their idea of what a great life is not that kind of 1950s ideal of going to work, coming home, never seeing their kids, dropping dead of a heart attack at 50 with a with their carriage clock in their hands. Actually, the way that it said that men's lives can be much more interesting and much more expansive has benefited men too. And I think you can make those arguments in ways that people understand, but Twitter particularly makes them in ways that are designed to score points and just I think that's just a massive turn off to people.
What's a carriage clock?
Carriage clock is like what you used to get when you were when you retired, like a really fancy clock with. I'm okay. Maybe I'm 9,000 years old. I promise you, it's a real thing.
You're older than me, maybe. I don't know actually.
How old are you?
31.
Yeah, everyone's younger than me these days.
God, I'm sorry about that. If I could turn it around, I would. I wouldn't. What was I just going to ask? Am I a feminist? I know you don't know me. Can I be a feminist?
Yeah, I don't have a real problem with that. Some people are very precious about whether or not men can identify as feminists. And I see the point of that, right? Which is that there is a terrible tendency for some men to kind of come in and go, little ladies, what have you all been up to? Why don't you sort this out? Can't you just be nice to people? Captured in that great Onion headline, man put in charge of struggling feminist movement. And then the first line he said he was going to like make some calls to the guys upstairs and get it all sorted out. And I think that's where the knee-jerk don't do it comes from, is the fact that when men want to get involved in feminism, it's generally not that they want to hand out leaflets, make the tea. It's generally that they want to be in charge of it or tell everyone in it that they've been doing something wrong. And so I think that's where it comes from. But, we talked about the suffragettes. One of my absolute heroes, Fred Pethick Lawrence, who was married to Emmeline Pethick Lawrence, they took each other's surnames. So he wasn't allowed to be a member of the Women's Social and Political Union because they barred men from being part of it. But nonetheless, he got arrested on behalf of the suffragettes. He was force-fed. My husband gave me a Christmas card last year, which had stuff about the people had said about us both on the internet. And after I did that Jordan Peterson interview, someone described him as a beta cuck. Some guy on Reddit, and there was a lot of that. There was a whole forum about how this guy must be totally pussy whipped because he's married to a feminist. And Fred Pethick Lawrence is getting that in 1912, right? It's a consistent theme, but he did it anyway because he really believed in it, and he really believed that Emmeline should have financial independence from him. That he wasn't her master; he was her partner in life. And so, if men are going to feel like that, then I don't think you want to. I personally, I'm not that interested in driving them away and telling them how to describe themselves. I'm
instantly distrustful of men who are overt about their feminism. I made a documentary about abortion in Argentina. I was following, the vote a couple of years ago, which didn't pass legal abortion. And there were so many times when I was at rallies filming people, and I'd go and talk to like a group, and I kept trying to just focus on maybe the women in the group, and the men would these sort of Latino testosterone-filled men would jump in and answer for them and go, yeah, we're here to fight for women's rights and so on and so on. And no matter how many times I went back to the women, the men still kept getting involved. And I thought, you don't really care.
There's a lot of that, isn't there? About it. I think all social movements attract people who don't care so much about the cause as being in charge or having some status from it or what it says about them. Yeah. And, that's not necessarily an illegitimate impulse. I think lots of people do end up doing a lot of good because they want to, seem cool and progressive or whatever it might be. But it's tough in feminism. I do think there is a difference between male and female socialization. I know this has become a really controversial subject about how much gender differences are innate and how much are socialized, but the research we generally have says that, boys get more attention in class, for example. They're encouraged to speak more. And that doesn't necessarily always help them, right? As I write in the book, there's a big problem with boys who are kind of indulged being what we'd call boisterous when they're in primary school. And then they get to secondary school and they're suddenly told, hang on a minute, you're being a yobbo. Like, this is really bad behavior. Whereas the girls who've been told to shut up and sit down and keep their legs, crossed in a ladylike fashion all the way through their life don't have such a big adjustment to make. Yeah. But yeah, I think that men do tend to dominate group discussions. Not all men, and there are some extremely shouty women, of whom I count myself one.
You don't seem shouty, not in a negative way anyway, but that's something I've thought about a lot before, because a lot of the female people, a lot of the women in my life, that's a controversial thing to say, that's another subject, but the women in my life, often don't take the same risks that I see men take. It's completely anecdotal what I'm saying. I have no evidence for this, but they don't seem to take the same risks. And I sort of attributed that to what you're saying about when you're very young, and maybe it was like the boys were told like, oh, you can jump in the puddle, and the women were told like, stay back, don't get dirty. Do you think that has an effect?
I think that's definitely true. And like you say, all of this is anecdotal. And you will talk to people who say, well, look, it's obviously natural. My son was picking up toy bricks. I never pushed them on him. And actually, it's just really hard to tell, because, children are like big sponges of information. And if you are, a 2-year-old, 3-year-old boy who kind of goes, I want the pink dress, and your grandparent goes, fee, like that, then you're going to register that. Like, children are incredibly they're incredibly malleable. And so it's not a massive surprise that most children end up doing kind of conventional things that we associate with their gender. It's really hard to work out whether that's natural or not, because, unless you can have a child kind of raised by robots, we'll never fully know what cues they're picking up from their parents.
Yeah, my dad, I remember when I was a kid, it was one of my earliest memories. I remember walking into the bedroom and he had like a hairdresser over who was putting foil and stuff in his hair. And it was like one of those moments when, get out, no.
I think it's fascinating because, and this, I thought about for a while about whether or not I should write my next book about masculinity, because I think it's really fascinating. There's such an advantage in women in trading up, right, and seeming manly. All the things we associate with men, they're authoritative, they're serious. Wearing trousers is seen as a kind of, you're kind of taking the clothes of the superior class. There's no such incentive for men to trade down, right? It's still, I think it's a lot easier, for a woman to be, assertive, domineering, all those things. Although there's some pushback, it's really hard for men to be what we would perceive as being feminine.
One of the things Jordan Peterson, I think it was him saying, and I haven't looked into this, it just came into my head when you were talking about sort of, we haven't got robots looking after us. They've tried that in the Scandinavian countries. They've tried it. It didn't work.
I was just enjoying your Jordan Peterson impression. Thank you for that. Yeah, there's interesting research about the fact that although the Scandinavian countries are much more gender equal, actually, weirdly, their women and men sort themselves into more traditionally feminine roles, right? So the theory is that actually women are forcing themselves to become engineers and, rocket scientists against their nature, because those careers are better rewarded. It's always really hard to separate out, because what we think of as male and female jobs are so culturally and historically specific. So computer coding, for example, was a female job when it was seen as essentially secretarial work.
Touring time.
Bletchley Park was full of women. They recruited women who were brilliant at crossword puzzles. Oh. And now it's seen as a mathsy STEM job, and therefore it's seen as a male job. And actually, it's one of the things that's really noticeable is its prestige really, really went up during that time. But all of that stuff is really hard to unpick. So when women do most of the cooking at home, why are the most Michelin-starred chefs male? Is cooking male or female as an occupation? There's obviously something much more complicated going on than either, frying pans can only be understood by the great male brain versus like any man touches a frying pan and he bursts into tears. It's women's work. I just don't know how you unpack that stuff.
It's sort of, I feel like in my relationship, it's a lot of that happened quite naturally. And I guess that, well, it must be social as well, but we don't even realize it. But like, I don't know. All I know is she wants me to take the bins out all the time. And that's like the man job, isn't it? But then she cooks. I don't know.
I think that's, yeah. I mean, Theresa May described putting the bins out as a blue job. And so in my house, I only semi-ironically go, that's a blue job.
Do you take the rubbish out?
I mean, I have taken the rubbish out.
You don't, do you?
But I do try unsuccessfully to argue that if, for as long as the pay gap persists and, I've got to deal with menstruation, then surely shouldn't I be at least be given reprieve from the blue job that is putting the bins out?
That's a good argument. Nobody wants to take the bins out.
It's the worst job, isn't it, of all the household jobs? I don't really know why. I think it's probably because the possibility of leaks is quite high, as is opening the door into whatever absurd weather Britain is now about to throw at you.
You've got to put your trousers on.
It's a nightmare. It's far worse than loading the dishwasher.
The cooking's, you've got to really think, what am I going to do today that's different? And so that's what I don't like having to do. So I do cook sometimes. I make good gnocchis.
How do you make, what you mean, you make gnocchi from scratch?
Okay, so you've caught me out.
Or do you heat pre-existing formed bits of potato? Because that's not actually cooking, is it? That's warming.
I throw gnocchis into hot water that I buy in the fridge. The gnocchis, not the hot water. I do the hot water myself because I put it in a pot. And then my girlfriend gets a real treat with this. And I get blue cheese and mushrooms and stuff, put it all in a pan and go, not the blue cheese goes at the end, put a bit of parsley, which I don't notice the difference, but it looks better.
No, it's bay leaves, isn't it? What is the point of it?
It's all nonsense.
I mean, what a modern man you are. That's what Emmeline Pankhurst was fighting for right there.
I was told I was like an 80-year-old man when I was 18. I hated clubbing and I hated like being a bloke or whatever. So I'm like an old man anyway. Speaking of old men, though, so the Jordan Peterson, we can't get away from him just because it was such an explosive and extremely popular video. And you probably must be tired of talking about him and almost you don't want to be defined by that moment. He was so angry, though. What was that about?
Well, the thing that's fascinating is that not everybody thinks that. And I've been writing a couple of things for the Sunday Times over the summer. And almost every time there'll be a comment about how out of my depth I was in that interview with him, how I brought in because he went to Joe Rogan and said I brought negative animus into the room, like how incredibly angry I was. And that's why I think that interview is a really interesting Rorschach test, actually, about what you see kind of reflects your pre-existing biases and what you brought to it. Because my reading of it was he was quite grumpy. I mean, as it turns out, he had a terrible year. His wife had cancer. He was on this incredibly draining speaking tour. He was only eating beef. I don't know if at the time, but subsequently became addicted or physically dependent on prescription drugs. So I don't think he was in his most chipper self. But people looked at that and thought that I was the angry one. And I think that's kind of fascinating.
I find that insane, actually. And you know what? I was ready. That was the first time I was exposed to your work. Exposed to sounds horrible, like it's
Affection, yeah.
But that was the first time. And I was so ready to see him take someone apart. Because again, like I said earlier, I think Jordan Peterson very much appealed to me. And a lot of what he says still does appeal to me because I'm a man who's white and middle class and stuff. And I want to be told that everything I do was just as hard as it was for everyone else. And everything I don't get, it doesn't mean I'm stupid because I don't get this job or so on. I don't want... So he's very appealing. And I just found the total opposite. I think that was the first time I thought, oh, wow, what is this angry man? Everything you said, because he just made so many assumptions about what you would think. I mean, were you nervous going into that meeting?
Yeah, only slightly. I mean, I'd seen what had happened to Kathy Newman, who had...
Oh, God, yeah.
But, to give Kathy her credit, that was probably one of, 100 book-based interviews that she had done that year, right? I often find myself using up my evenings because reading a book, takes a reasonably long amount of time. And I'm, and she's got kids. So I think that she was unfortunate to stumble into that with not enough preparation ready for what was going to happen. He had to sort of ask his fans to kind of call off the dogs, really, right? In terms of getting threats and intimidation and abuse. So I thought, well, I'm letting myself in for that. So is that what I really want to do? And then the other related question to that was, is this just a circus? Am I advancing the cause of human knowledge here, or am I boosting my own career by being part of a nihilistic process that just makes everyone even angrier with each other? Having written a piece about him that was quite rude, I then thought, actually, I'm going to go into this very sure of what I believe, but I'm not going to be deliberately dickish to him, right? I'm not going to try and dunk on him. I don't think the world needs any more of that, really.
How long did you prepare for Jordan Peterson?
My whole life, to some extent. But,
Yeah.
No, I mean his condition was that you had to have read 12 Rules for Life, which which was totally reasonable. And so I had read that. I read. I mean, Maps of Meaning is a trip. I don't know if you've seen that, his first book,
No.
which is basically kind of Joseph Campbell, The Hero's Journey, but like as if filtered through someone who's taken a lot of acid.
Okay.
And there's lots of stuff about chaos and dragons and mothers and I mean, it's quite something. He goes to a high security mental hospital, I think, when he's just recently qualified as a psychiatrist. It's full of murderers, and for some reason he goes wearing a cape and knee-high leather boots.
This is non-fiction.
I mean, unless he's writing autofiction, then this is something he himself says that he did. And because it's from before he became famous, it's much more unfiltered. I got the Amtrak from New York to Baltimore, where I did the interview, and I was reading 12 Rules for Life and making my angry notes in the margins. And I looked across the aisle, and there was a guy reading 12 Rules for Life, and I thought, yeah. Hello, brother. I hope you don't strike up a conversation about this, because I think our attitudes are going to be rather different. And one of the reasons why I think it attracted so much attention and it's so hard to argue against is it really does range across a huge amount of subjects. And the thing that was fascinating to me is people assume that because he's got a psychology professorship, that he was also an expert about evolutionary biology. Now, I had talked to people about that who were genuine experts in it. In genetics, who'd said, all the kind of lobster stuff is doesn't make sense at all. But the assumption was that because I'm a journalist and because he's got a professorship and he's a man, that he's science and I'm emotion, right? I felt that was very strongly part of the response. Women are emotion, men are facts.
Well, especially he's so like that, isn't he? So no one can see what that is on an audio thing, but he's so stoic.
Yeah, and it's that kind of, and as you mentioned Ben Shapiro, there's a kind of like facts don't care about your feelings, and all of that new atheist movement was very male as well.
Yeah, and they are not atheists.
Yeah, well,
that's the thing with Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson. Not that I need people to be atheists or anything, but it was a red flag for me that they're both very religious, Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro.
Well, Peterson doesn't really properly embrace that. He's played quite a lot of footsie about it, I think, which again is quite interesting, because I think, and you're right, if your one mode is hyper rational, then to kind of quote Chris Hitchens, how do you go, but I also believe in the sky fairy? It's quite hard to match those things up together. But yeah, his writing is kind of deeply religious. It's certainly Slate Star Codex, Scott Alexander, the blogger, wrote one of the most interesting things I read about it, which compared it to C.S. Lewis, which is about how incredibly concerned it is with sin. That both of them as writers are obsessed with people being kind of fallen and sinful, and how do you kind of redeem yourself?
Are there parts that you agree with that he makes good points about?
Yeah, I think he is ultimately a smart guy. And I think that some of the resistance to some of the stuff that's happening in Canada to do with free speech is important. Actually, the bit that I think I probably most would move from where I said, and I think I kind of went there in the interview, was the bit about the kind of comedians and prosecuting comedians and free speech. I think that's really difficult terrain, because I think there's two things are simultaneously happening, which is one, I think that the left has become quite uneasy about free speech. They think it is a kind of cover for bad views getting an airing, and therefore they are much less liberal than perhaps they would have been 20 or 30 years ago. Yeah. But at the same time, also, I think people are using jokes and humor as a Trojan horse for some pretty grim ideologies. And that's really difficult terrain to pick through about what speech do you criminalize, and when is a joke really a joke, and when is it a nudge wink to your far right audience. So, I think it was brave to have kind of got involved in that debate.
Okay.
And actually, when you read 12 Rules for Life, the gender stuff aside, and I do think there's a kind of men should be men and women should be women thing, which I find very conservative. Fundamentally, like tidy your room, raise your children well. It's not abhorrent, is it?
Yeah, it does sound very 1950s though when you put it like that.
Be nice to cats. That's genuinely one of the rules for life, is be nice to cats. I think we can surely. Who is against that? Only monsters who like dogs are against that.
This is Monsters is a true crime podcast and YouTube channel where I tell the stories of the worst people on the planet. Though the stories of the victims are told, we focus on the monster who carried out the evil act. The show is split into seasons, and each season has a theme. In Season 1, we covered cases of filicide, which is the act of a parent killing their own child. In Season 2, we covered cases of people killing for love. We recently finished up Season 3, where we covered cases of parricide, which is the act of someone killing their parents. Tune in now as we start Season 4, where we dive into the minds of family annihilators, sick individuals who decided to destroy their entire families. Check us out anywhere that you listen to podcasts or on YouTube by searching This Is Monsters.
What if your daughter disappeared? Your mother, your son? What if years have passed and you're no closer to finding them?
When a person goes missing, their story doesn't stop there.
Each week, Missing brings you stories of missing persons and justice, sourced from the case file of the nonprofit Private Investigations for the Missing.
Listeners say Missing is the most binge-worthy podcast of all time.
Search Missing wherever you listen to podcasts.
Missing, where mysteries have a mission.
The following is a collect call from a person presumed nice until proven naughty.
Santa Claus is locked up, and I'm going to get him out. My name's Richie Buck. I'm an amateur podcaster and investigator. If you like true crime, feelings of the holidays, and I ain't just talking about Christmas, and satire, well, Santa May Be a Criminal just might be for you. Listen and subscribe now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Ho, ho. You know what, though? I wonder a little bit. This is going to be controversial. So, I mean, I'm going to bring in two things that are totally unrelated then. One was that you mentioned that sex in your book, sex has been made to seem cool. And that the reason I thought of that was because of cats. And I do like cats, right? But I love dogs. And cats scratch you all the time. And I think that they've also been made to become this sort of internet meme. But you might want to talk more about the sex bit, because that was actually more relevant.
Yeah, I was waiting to see how those two things ended up being relevant to each other. Cats are like sex, and dogs are like what? Yeah, no, there's a line in the book about, like sex is fun, but so is rock climbing. Don't go on about it all the time, because I think there is, again, it's a left wing thing of just thinking that any sex is liberatory. Actually, which is a sort of weirdly kind of slightly teenage attitude to have, and it's kind of odd to see it persisted to people in their 30s and 40s. They're kind of like, oh, look at me, I'm so cool, I have sex. Right, I mean, what do you want a medal? I'd be like, great. Yeah. And you see that in discussions of things like, kink, which people genuinely think there's something amazingly exciting about them because they're into BDSM. And it's like, well, what you do in your private life is ultimately up to you, but it doesn't make you cooler than anyone else. It's a very strange attitude. And I think particularly when it comes to women, it's used to override women's ideas of consent sometimes. Like the idea that if you say no to something, it's because you're a prude, and that happens with anal sex because of porn, I think, and it also happens in more controversially with lesbians who don't want to sleep with trans women who've got penises. That the very idea that you might rule out a kind of category of people from wanting to sleep with them is seen as exclusionary. And I don't think that's true. People just have sexual preferences, and that's not that they're not subject to political policing. It's not the same as hiring someone for a job. You have a right to say for any reason that you don't want to sleep with anyone, and no matter how ridiculous someone else might think it is that you don't fancy people with moustaches or you only fancy people with one leg. Like, that's entirely your business.
Can you be a staunch feminist and a trans activist?
I mean, absolutely you can. I mean, I don't like talking about this subject because of the abuse involved, but I think it's important to do so. Because, I think it's entirely legitimate to say there are people who very strongly feel that they were, whatever you want to call it, born in the wrong body, that they feel intense alienation from their bodies, and their lives are much fuller and happier, and they feel more authentic if they live as the opposite gender. I absolutely don't have a problem with that at all, and I don't think anybody should, as a kind of on liberal grounds. What is difficult and where we've ended up at is that we don't talk about the fact that 99% of the feminist movement and trans activist movements overlap, right? That there's loads of things. We all believe, for example, that male violence is a real thing and that women, both trans and not, are at risk from it. But the bit that is contested is, if you're not born female, are you in every way identical to someone who was? And it just seems obvious to me that you're not. And I don't think that makes you any less of a woman, which I see as a legal and cultural category. But it does mean, for example, that you're not going to need cervical smear tests. Like, there are just kind of fundamentally very obvious differences. And lots of things that feminism is concerned about now are about living in a female body, about getting pregnant through rape, about needing access to abortion services, about menopause and the way that we don't have proper research on that, all of that stuff. And I worry about female biological issues being automatically interpreted as a diss to the trans movement. And I think that's kind of where we've got to, where some people just see that, any discussion of periods as a woman's issue just as an innately hostile act. And I don't think that's sustainable, because I think the majority of normal people are completely on board with the idea that you would let trans people live their lives with as little interference from the state as possible. But you can't tell people that there are things they're not allowed to talk about because 0.5% of women don't share that experience. It's just not fundamentally sustainable.
Is what you've just said very different to what Germaine Greer or Professor Todd have said, that Selena Todd was that got them no platformed?
Well, good question. I mean, one of those things where it's such a febrile debate because no one really knows what is enough to get you called transphobic. I mean, certainly people refer to me as a TERF because I say that, for example, there is a conversation to be had about rape shelters or women's sports, for example. That alone is enough. The position of American organizations is now, if you've gone through male puberty, that doesn't matter. You should be allowed to compete in women's sports, and anything less than that is discrimination. So, I mean, I think the difference is that Germaine Greer, being Germaine Greer, has been ferociously rude about it, right? There's a whole bit in The Whole Woman where she says, that the transsexual is like Norma Bates's mother. He's killed the body of the woman that gave birth to it. And you're like, this is just, what is this? This is just a pointless rudeness, which is a bit Germaine.
Yeah.
And I think that the discussion of pronouns is another one that people find really difficult. I know people who won't use people's preferred pronouns as a kind of political point. And again, there are people who will insist on referring to me by my old married name. And it's just, I don't know if we need to kind of go into anything more complicated than saying that that's a deliberately rude act to do someone else. So why would you do it?
Well, you think they're doing that they're purposely forgetting your name now?
Oh yeah, no, I do. I mean, I get left-wing people who refer to my first husband and I took each other's surnames, and they will bring that up and reference that. And it's I don't think you need to say that it's sexist. It's just fundamentally rude.
One thing Helen Pluckrose was saying recently was that women have been taken out of the woke or the social justice pyramid. Is that happening?
Oh, I think that's really fascinating, because I think there is an assumption that white women don't have anything to complain about. They're not actually oppressed. So I think people are quite happy sometimes to acknowledge that, yes, black women are oppressed. Yes, trans women and trans people are oppressed. Yes, lesbians are oppressed. But if you are in every other way privileged, if you're middle class, white, privately educated, have a degree, what have you got to complain about? That's a function of how reductive those arguments online can sometimes be, where there's a sort of mental racking up of who's got the most privilege points, and then whoever's got the least is sort of automatically awarded victory in the conversation.
Yeah.
And I think you see it with Judaism as well. There was a fascinating extract in Patrick Maguire and Gabriel Progran's book about Corbynism left out, in which one of Corbyn's aides explained to him that Corbyn is often on the side of the underdog, and thankfully that's not the position of Jewish people in Britain today. And of course the immediate response comes back, well, you know what, a lot of Jews in Vienna in the 1930s had a lot of money. It didn't stop them getting packed off to a gas chamber. That's not how anti-Semitism works. And the same thing with misogyny. There is a limit to how much you can insulate yourself from being a rape victim, no matter how economically privileged you are.
I suppose it's sexism and racism on the left.
Yeah, that's why it's interesting to me that you see a lot of what I would think of as progressive misogyny and a lot of left-wing anti-Semitism now, because the framing of how social justice works is about punching up versus punching down. Sure. And I think that there's an assumption that actually both of those categories, white women and Jewish people, it's not punching down to have a go at them. They're actually pretty powerful.
It's painful. You mentioned getting divorced yourself, and that plays a huge role in the early parts of your book. And divorce is the first chapter? It's the first chapter, isn't it? Mm-hmm. An interesting place to start. And how did it feel inserting yourself and your life into the book?
Difficult, because in some ways it's much easier to talk about yourself because you don't have to do any research or fact checking. So, and, you know, most of us are quite self-involved, I think. So, you know, thinking about, you know, writing about yourself is unfortunately only too easy compared with the hard graft of going and researching things that happened in the 1910s. But at the same time, I was really wary of opening the box of letting people into my private life, because once you've done that, it's very hard to then put a limit on it. Yeah. And actually, to come back to Jordan Peterson, so I wrote a piece for Grazia that was based around that first chapter, talking about things you only know if you get divorced before you're 30. And some Jordan Peterson fans thought I was talking about my current husband, with who I've been very happily married for 5 years, and were absolutely crowing about the fact, because I said to Peterson in the interview that I was married, that like, oh, look, you know, she'd actually left him all this time. Being a feminist is actually really terrible for your marriage. And to the extent of like going and editing my Wikipedia page to divorce me from my husband, which he was thrilled about. God. You know, and it kind of comes up persistently. And so, which was a risk that I knew I was taking when I opened the box of putting my private life into the book. So that was, you know, I was very wary about that. But I wanted to make it as readable a book as possible to as wide an audience as possible. And I think putting my personal life in there helps you connect what would otherwise be quite a big sprawling range of topics.
Yeah.
And hopefully gives me some, you know, gives people some kind of light relief from some of the kind of crunchier, you know, because there's big topics in there, you know, like universal credit and domestic violence that are quite weighty and grim, but it's not, I hope, a weighty and grim book. I've tried to be like, put a few, you know, cheap jokes in there.
Yeah, I've been chuckling.
And good, which is what I wanted to do, really. And I didn't want it to be preaching to the choir. That was the absolute one thing I didn't want. Like, what is the point of people who already basically agree with me just being validated in how correct they are? That's, you know, there's no point in writing that book at all. I wanted it to be the book that you could give to, you know, your 17-year-old niece or nephew, or you could give to your girlfriend or your boyfriend, like, who's just, you know, vaguely like progressive, but not.
I think it does really work for me, people like me. Because, like I said, I mean, I'm not going to read White Privilege. Is that what it's called? That one?
White Fragility, Robin DiAngelo.
I'm not going to read that because I just already know that it's saying that I'm a bad person, and I just don't want to. I'm just not interested. I just don't want to know that.
I would suggest reading it because it is a deeply, deeply weird book. Not least because the author herself just seems to live in this sort of strange world where she compliments a black woman on her hair, and then she spends days worrying that she's actually done a microaggression, and then like begs her forgiveness. And the thing is that, you know, it's entirely possible that she has offended this other person, but like the whole incredible narcissistic self-consciousness of this, I just imagine she must feel constantly on edge when around people of other races in a way that probably makes them feel really weird as well. Like, it is not a model of society that I think we should aim for.
If I'm speaking to someone from a different race, I'm not really thinking about it. And I guess I feel like she's so aware of it. That's what we were saying before. I think it's like this almost reverse racism kind of thing. There's something going on in her mind that's, I don't know. It drives me mad.
But it's sort of self-flagellating in a way that makes me go, just, you know, donate to, you know, efforts to stop gerrymandering, or like volunteer at your local polling place so that the overwhelmingly black district doesn't only have a polling place that's open for 3 hours, or whatever it might be. Like, go and do something instead of spending your whole time navel gazing about what you like, how you feel about everything and how you're interacting with the world. And the other thing that happens that's related is, so I run this Radio 4 series called The Spark, which is about solutions to big problems. And one of the things I decided, you know, really early on, I was like, I want this to be, in terms of guests, I want it to be half men, half women. That's the population. I want it to be, you know, around about 12%, 1 in 8 ethnic minority, because that's where the population is. Like, that is, you know, and I want it to be balanced between the left and right. And looking at the books of people with their big solutions and ideas, what comes through really strongly is that there's a lot of white men writing books about their big ideas about economics and politics. And there's a lot more women and ethnic minorities writing books about what it means to be a woman or an ethnic minority. And I think that becomes a real trap as well, is that you kind of all end up fighting for the woman slot or the black slot instead of being asked to have, you know, to be competing in the big game, as it were. And then again, that comes out of the kind of, you know, I think this comes out of a certain kind of laziness about assuming that the only things that minorities can talk about are themselves or the minority experience.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. I mean, again, just going back to my own personal experience and complaints and things, I have been told often, if you want to get around this, I mean, some people joked like, oh, we could break your legs for you and then you'd be a minority then. But some people have said seriously, well, you need to be doing things about Judaism. You need to be doing things about the Hasidic Jews, for example, that kind of thing, because I'm Jewish and that's my thing. And I found that I was incredibly insulted because I just thought, why am I being defined by that? I have nothing to do with the Hasidic Jews. And I think what you're saying is minorities should be able to do about politics, about economics. How do you change that?
It is a really bad temptation to hire people to do kind of beats based around their identity if you don't also, try and open up the really plum prestige jobs. And that to me is the test, is not how many series you're making about Black history presented by Black presenters, but how many series you're making about what we define as history, right? And I think there are lots of women writers who feel very much that I want to be a writer. I don't want to be a women's writer. And I agree with you. The problem comes at the fact that people want kind of quick wins, and they want to preserve their own power within an institution. So they don't actually want the radical reform that would mean, as you say, like the top echelons of the BBC truly looking at the country that they represent. It's we want the change to happen somewhere else. And this is one of the kind of central things that I spend a lot of time thinking about and trying to work through, is how do you push for women without making it look like it will come at the expense of men? Or if it is going to come at the expense of men, how do you reconcile them to that? Yeah. Because no one likes giving up power. No one, like, why would you? And I think that's very true in race discussions as well. Like, British society is fundamentally incredibly racially unequal, and that needs to change. How do you do that whilst maintaining consent among everybody, whilst maintaining an idea of everybody having kind of shared human identity rather than being kind of carved up, and without provoking a backlash? It's really tough.
Do you feel optimistic? Will there be a time when it's like, okay, we're done?
Yeah, put the kettle on. Yeah. I mean, I don't know why you would look at human history and ever think that. And I think that's a mistake that kind of left liberals made, right? From the late 90s to maybe you put the end date of that as 2016 in a couple of different ways. The idea that you kind of put your feet up and go, oh, well, that's glad we sorted all that out, and Western liberal democracy is the final finished form of government. That was an uphill struggle, but we'll clock off now. That's not really how politics works, does it? I mean, look at the Dark Ages, or look at the difference between the 18th century and the 19th century. History doesn't move in this kind of great linear, obvious way. You always have to kind of keep fighting. Not least because in 100 years' time, like, the whole world might be sort of pretty much literally on fire. Well, at least I won't be around to be debunked, but
It was a bit of a dream to speak to Helen Lewis, one of my heroes of journalism. I hope she's brought some people around to her way of handling feminism. I hope you'll read about the difficult women she describes in her book too, and that we can all gradually push for a more equal world, providing I still come out on top. Thanks to everyone who has left a review on Apple. The podcast got a whole bunch of good ones this week. I think I'll start reading some out every now and then, although I can't just read the nice ones because it will seem a little self-congratulatory. So when you leave Apple reviews from now on, please do state if you don't want me to read them out, or use a fake name or whatever. They pushed the pod up to second in the UK's documentary category on Apple, so they do help. Please keep leaving them. Well, 5-star reviews anyway. This one is from someone called B. Henry, who left 1 star. Please stop using trigger warnings. By doing so, you are subscribing to and promoting a dangerous ideology. Well, that one really pissed me off because I never use a trigger warning, except ironically one time. It just looks like B. Henry didn't really get it. Here's a more helpful one from Rockspur33, who thankfully gave 5 stars and wrote, would like them to be 50% longer to get a bit more into the discussion. Also would like you to challenge and prod more. Overall, super. That's great feedback because it's really helpful regarding the length. It's hard because some people have said they're a bit long, and I was thinking of trying to shorten them further. So I'd be interested to get more feedback like that to see if I really should be making these longer, or if they're already optimum length, or if they're too long. If you don't have Apple, you can comment or message me on AndrewGold_OK on Instagram or Twitter. It's a really tough one with regards to the prodding too. That's because unlike a TV debate program where you're both invited on by a neutral source, This is the case where I've messaged someone asking politely for them to give up their time for the podcast, so I do feel pressure to not push them too much. I also want them to enjoy it and to share the podcast trailers when they come out on Twitter, so it's a really tough one. That said, I do take that feedback on board, and I'm going to take a few more risks as the podcast grows. I'll be back next week. I'm talking to a few fascinating on-the-edge style people and don't yet know which of them will be next week's episode, so you'll just have to trust me that it'll be worth sticking around.